Hello out there, welcome back to Table Talk Discussion and Discourse. I, as always, am your host, the undying, the absolutely, totally not a vampire, Count Gray.
I, as usually, am your ever shuffling around second host, Zombie Adolf.
And I am the same as always. What
Mm-hmm.
the fuck is going on here?
Mm-hmm.
How does this? What the
I'm
fuck?
I'm unsure if you refusing to change your profile picture is like
It's
festive
laziness.
or not.
It's just
No, that was
that's
never
a given.
in doubt.
Yeah,
Oh,
no,
okay, that was okay, yeah. And also because I don't have anybody
to-
who can make that image for me.
Yeah,
as far
we
as
need
I
to get
know.
you. We need to get
Unless
you
you
somebody.
want to make me a fucking profile picture that'll last for 4 days.
Right? Yeah, we need to get you
So it doesn't
one
matter now.
for next year.
Well,
right?
why does someone have to make it for you? Why can you not just
Yeah, man, I did my
I'm not a
own.
fucking
and
I'm not
in
a
10
fucking-
minutes?
Cause I'm not a fucking wordsmith.
A wordsmith. Wait, what does that have to do with? I'm confused. Yeah. So, from that, hello, welcome back, and
Yes.
the before we begin our horror extravaganza, our final horror extravaganza for the month, want to highlight a couple of comments because we got a couple of comments. Pretty cool. It's been a while. And
Somebody is giving us attention.
yes,
This
please.
is
So, first off is from somebody who has subscribed, which we've gotten a lot more subscribers since last time. And we haven't said anything about it on the actual podcast, but we're at like 411 as of recording, and that's
Nice.
fucking cool. Thanks.
Yeah.
Was
Was it last week like 390 something?
Yeah, it was like 398. Yeah.
Nice.
And like, yeah, we're past that 400 mark, which is pretty cool.
Yeah.
And so we have the first one coming in from a new sub, J3XC, who's saying, you know, Boo was a part of his childhood,
Yep.
and then can't wait for more of our stuff. So that's pretty cool.
I
How
touched
old
many
does
people in many places.
Oh
in
my
many ways.
god.
Oh.
Anyway,
I was gonna say, how old does that make you feel, Boo? And then that moment was gone.
Yeah.
God,
I
I
mean,
wish
makes
it
me
were
feel
bad.
old.
I miss it so. Let me actually go pull up the other one because it's longer, and I forgot to take the screen cap of it, of being longer. But the second comment comes from somebody who's a part of our Discord, actually.
Whoa.
Unit Rico. Yeah, he's been a bit active there whenever I'm talking to people, and so he left a comment. Give me a second here to go and
I've
get
seen him posting around.
Yeah, it's real cool. So now that if my internet would load things, ha.
Foreshadowing.
Well, we'll get there.
Yeah.
So, this is right here. This was also from last week, when we were talking about tangents and consistency, and he says, "Man, all the talking about uncanny and fucked up perception stuff made me think about the art of MC Escher again, and how he could play with perspective, and boy, if I ever end up DMing something and want to include some weird stuff, I'm heading straight to that for inspiration." Which is
That's a good idea.
Yeah, absolutely. Fucking weird visuals.
I might follow suit.
And then after that, there's an edit, which is in reference to my little rant on Star Wars. Good stuff.
Which one?
Oh, this was the
one that you
Holdo.
weren't here for.
Yeah, the Holdo maneuver one. So
yeah.
So he says,
Okay.
I always thought the Holdo maneuver line was referring to the same battle long before any of the new movies in an attempt to give the character some backstory, as she was supposed to be a famous admiral, which is effectively all the introduction she got in TLJ. And to
Fun fact, actually, she only became a famous admiral because she was like best friends with Leia.
Yeah, and to have another
Like,
thing
growing up.
to have another thing to throw at people, hoping it'd make the entire disjointed mess feel like an actual trilogy with a coherent story. Now, hey man, that could have been it, but no. Like,
no,
it's
in
worse
fact,
than
it
that.
is just purely a disjointed
Yeah,
mess.
yeah.
There was never even an attempt.
Yeah, no, they literally, it's because it's literally indirect reference to what she does in TLJ in The Rise of Skywalker. Like, it's literally indirect reference to that, and then they're just like, no, that wouldn't work. Which is so fucking
What do
stupid.
you mean killing ourselves wouldn't work?
I mean, it would work.
Sorry,
but...
actually, a 99,999% chance
It's a
of
1 in
running
a
away
million.
versus 1 of killing ourselves.
Which, again, like I said in the little thing, it meant that she was trying to run away. She was trying to get out of there, apparently, according to canon. Even though in the movie, everybody looks at it and knows what's going on. Like,
and she's got the look of determination on her face, and it's supposed to be like, she's determined to sacrifice herself. It's like, nah, dude, this was like a nat 1. She was determined to leave.
To get out of there. Man, those movies fuck each other over. It's great.
Oh. I've never seen 2 movies more diametrically opposed to sharing the same franchise with each other.
It's so great. I'm
so glad I haven't watched them.
Oh man, you shouldn't. Oh,
maybe
God.
I haven't watched them in Dismal Distractions or whatever.
Hey, it's Dismal Depictions. Hey,
that's it.
Yeah, actually, we should probably talk about that a little bit. Dismal Depictions and Digital Distractions. Those 2 little things that we're gonna start doing at some point here they're coming. Don't worry, it's happening.
They are in the mail. One might say
they are in the mail. You could very well say. And we have yet to actually get together to watch Dracula, but that's also because you can't find that shit. It's really annoying. Oh man, I hate it.
And I'm also working with like negative free time.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Like we're trying to find the time to do it, as well as just, you know, all that kind of stuff. The digital distractions thing is easier to do because every now and again we just have free time just to play a few games. Like, we don't have. Sometimes we have hours to do it, but not all the time. So
I can slot aside an hour for a game a lot more easily than I can set aside 2.5 hours for setup, and then technical failures, and then reset up. And then Boo going to the bathroom for 45 minutes. And then
when was that?
That was that's been a couple of times actually.
Oh really?
Yeah, in the past. It's just
it's because I bring my phone in there with me. That's the reason.
Boo, I'm gonna be straight up honest with you. Whenever you say I'm going to go to the bathroom, I leave and I get a snack.
That's fair. That's fair because I bring my fucking phone in there.
Yeah, no, it's fair.
I don't care.
It's fair enough.
Eat me.
Oh no, no, it's more than fair. Like, you do you on the toilet, Boo, but
I will.
Yeah. Good.
Okay. Fine. I'm happy we agree.
Well, we're bringing people together one day at a time.
Yeah. 1 week
it's only taken 39 episodes to get to this point. Yay.
Yep.
Anyway, so yeah, that's that. I mentioned it before a long while ago, but now it actually is confirmed. My personal internet will be being upgraded. Hopefully it's actually what they say on the box, you know.
It won't be.
It won't be. Oh god, no, it probably won't be. But the hope is that it's at least better than what I have, because that's all I need.
Yeah.
Like, god, 8 hours of uploading, man, I hate it. Doesn't.
I mean, honestly, what you could do is fucking cut what you're going to be getting in half. Give half of it to Aiden, and it would be an improvement for the both of you.
Oh god, yeah.
Yeah, no, it's true. It is true. But yes, so that should be happening on the 10th. So we'll see how that goes in the future. But yeah, other than that, anything else that we want to talk about that's not horror related?
Godzilla's pretty cool.
Godzilla's pretty cool. Yeah.
Pretty cool, I guess.
Yeah. Oh, we want to go over that tree thing that you were talking about?
I'm thinking end of the episode.
End of the episode?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's when we usually do, like, homebrew and stuff.
True.
Yeah.
Okay, so, starting off, for our horror today, we have 5 horror tropes to use in TTRPGs from Roll4 Initiative. Now, I watched like the first minute, and I'll spoil this right off the bat. They start with jump scares, and they actually show a clip of a jump scare, so that's fun.
Oh,
yeah,
great.
It's not the worst one, but it's definitely a jump scare. So it's like, okay, but here we go.
Unfortunately, you're already kind of losing me because
now
are they saying they're good?
I don't know.
Okay.
I assume they're trying to talk about how you would utilize it, I believe.
I hope that is the case.
Yeah, we'll see. So here we go.
Our top 5 horror tropes and how to use them in your game.
Wait, did she say? Wait, whoa! Did she say 4?
No, I think she said 5.
Okay.
Yeah.
First of all, what is a trope? It's a term used in like television, even novels, movies. Think of it kind of like a cliche, something that you see or that happens a lot of the times, but that can be done really well. And there are a lot of horror tropes that are great and iconic in horror movies. And I think that they can work really nicely at your table or your virtual table for your RPGs. Probably the most famous horror movie trope is the jump scare.
Yeah. You've seen this scare in just about every single horror movie, and it's something, split second jumps out at the camera.
Yeah.
Alright, so we're just gonna skip through it a little bit because it's from Rec, which is I think Spanish film.
So then you know it.
I know the movie. I've not watched it.
Oh, okay.
Oh, Jesus. I'm just got what you're going for. You son of a bitch.
It took me a second, too.
Yeah. So, it's a child. Yay. That's...
Yeah, childs are scary.
They are, especially when it's a zombie child. So, yeah. Anyway.
How do you make a jump scare work at the table? It is tricky. I mean, what's so great about the jump scare is you've got somebody that's looking outside and there's the dark glass, and then all of a sudden there's a face and right? Like, it's a visual thing. It's very much a visual thing. And so how do we create that at the table?
And unfortunately, it's also audio, which is usually dominated by audio ones, which is the big problem.
Yeah, the auditory ones are usually, especially in situations where the jump scare isn't a jump scare. It's just a thing that happens, and they just play a loud stinger because you're supposed to be frightened.
Yep.
It's like,
honestly, that is usually why.
Look at that. We had you guys tense because we used cues to let you know that you should be tense. And then it turns out it was nothing after all. Don't you feel silly, audience?
It's really insulting. Very good.
Silly.
No, I remember, oh god, there was one that was really just so mundane that it was just like, oh my god.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. It's like I've seen it. I don't remember what it is, but I know what you're talking about.
But it's one of those ones that everybody's just like, why did you do the music sting when it was just like nothing? Like actually nothing.
Yeah,
like,
it was actually
like,
jack shit.
It's as stupid as somebody picked up a bag. Like that's it. And then it was like a jump scare cue because there was nothing behind it, or it was just somebody doing something very menial. It's like, oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't remember.
I would actually love to see like a movie wherein it's filled with jump scares, like those sort of like false stings, but it's just a regular day.
Yeah, it's just all the audio cues every few minutes. So it's just like,
and the name of the movie is Anxiety.
Yeah,
that'd be fun.
See, that would actually be effective.
It can tricky, but we do it sort of narratively by describing what it is that's
narrative.
And one way you can do it is kind of how Ryan just showed, with using your voice to scare the players, that sudden loud noise. But you can also do it by setting up the scene. So you're walking through the house, the doors are locked, the windows are shut, everything seems fine. You open a closet door and a body falls out on you. You're not expecting that.
Yeah.
Resident Evil 5.
Yeah. Okay, so
Prey.
So first off, right, their first example, which is doing it with your voice, just doing a sudden at somebody.
Yeah, that's literally as effective as walking up to someone and saying "boo."
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know,
that might have gotten some kind of response, maybe 30, 40 years ago. Maybe
well,
not even 30.
So, like, obviously, when you're playing a game and you're not expecting something, and then somebody does something very suddenly at you, it's probably going to make you jump, unless you're you're not prone to being jumped like that, right? Like that's something that some people just don't. It doesn't work on. Secondly, if you're jumpy like me, yes, it'll get me, but then I will be incredibly upset.
Because it wasn't something earned.
Right. It's so. We've talked about it before, where horror in like movies and such, that you have to set it up enough that it feels earned. And if jump scares are this really, really annoying territory where yes, sometimes they are earned, but they are still a jump scare, and that inherently feels less satisfying as a horror thing.
I would say that that's more subjective
That's
for
true.
you.
That's true.
A well-earned jump scare is, I think, fine. If there has been like a good like mise en scène to like set everything up, there's like a good orchestral accompaniment. Like I am fine with a jump scare, especially if it is related to the nature of how something hunts.
So my problem, I guess, would be the orchestral stings and all that kind of stuff to accompany it. That's where the real it's outside of the thing that is doing the jump scare.
That's something that's meta.
Yes,
because the characters aren't hearing that music.
Right. Yes, and that's usually my issue more so, because the loud stinger jump of the the loud crescendo of the music is what gets me more than the thing on the screen. And so it feels less like it's the actual thing, as you said. It's more meta. So it's just it doesn't seem to be the actual, I don't know, film doing it. It's more just the accompanying score.
A good one that I can point to is in one of my favorite horror movies, The Fog, John Carpenter's The Fog from the 80s. There is a point where the two main characters are, I forget where they're going, but they're driving in a truck. And all of a sudden, while they're driving their truck, all of a sudden the fucking window shatters.
Sure, yeah.
And there's no music. It's just the window shattering in one of the characters' faces. And I don't mean the like the windshield. I mean the window, like immediately to the right or left of them.
Yeah.
And so that jump scare, honestly, when I saw it the first time, it didn't get me, because it wasn't really it's not the kind of jump scare that is all about.
Yeah.
It's not something that goes bump in the night lunging towards the camera. It's a mysterious happenstance.
Exactly. So it's a jump scare for the characters. And so I liked it a lot more, because it was a scary thing that happened, but it didn't make me jump. It didn't make me angry at the movie for making me jump.
Right. Yeah, like something, and I know it's cliche at this point, but the like cat jumping at the face thing with the noise and everything, like that itself, I feel is a better jump scare than the orchestral like stinger, right? Just because again, it is in universe, it is happening, and I will get jumped by it, and it's just like, oh, that was in the universe, somebody else is getting jumped by it as well. Okay, fair enough, right?
Another one that's really good, and it's one that can actually get some people. Again, it's another John Carpenter movie, Halloween.
Oh, yeah.
Toward the very beginning of the movie, when Laurie is walking home, she's like, she's talking to somebody, and then they keep talking, and during the course of the conversation, she turns to keep walking down the sidewalk and runs like smack into somebody.
Yep.
And she screams.
Yep.
And it's just like her friend girl's dad.
Friend girls.
So
yep.
That was another good one where that one can get you because Laurie screams. Mm-hmm. And it's another jump scare that happens in the universe. There's no big orchestral score, but the thing that can potentially get you is her sudden scream.
Yeah, I think ultimately the point that I guess I have is that the orchestra is not necessary to make a jump scare effective or to really, make the scene. Because again, with the stuff that we've talked about, it's more just the thing in the actual
the thing on the doorstep.
So
sure.
Do you guys actually get mad when you get jump scared? Like, actually, like, mad?
Sometimes.
I get annoyed. Because
I do that in real life. Like, if you sneak up on me and scare me, I honestly get a little bit angry.
It's more the fact that it's usually because it's not set up properly that I get annoyed.
Right? And for me, it's a thing where I don't like that kind of feeling vulnerable. I don't like that feeling. That's just me, though.
I will say personally, and I think this is why I don't mind jump scares as bad. I don't get annoyed. I just like whenever I watch a movie, it starts out with a full score of 100, right? Sure. And then as I watch it, and I'm like, oh wow, what a waste of a scene that could have been used better, because they're using jump scares as a crutch, and I'll take points off. But after a while, it gets boring. But I wouldn't say I get like physically mad at it.
No, I wouldn't get physically mad. I say annoyed is more apt.
Yeah, well, I wasn't also talking with you when I said physically mad.
Oh, okay.
There's more reference to Boo saying that he gets actually mad. And then I would also say, like, I wouldn't say fully I get annoyed either. I can if it gets really egregious, but
yeah,
all in all, like, I find bored is the better substitute. Then after a while, I just find how stupid and bad it is funny.
Well, yeah, after like if it's initial viewing, I will get annoyed mostly, but after the initial viewing, then it's more like if it's egregious, then I'm just like, oh great, this is happening, fantastic.
Yeah, and for me, I just don't like it. I don't like the. I don't know. I just don't like it.
Yeah. So wide variety of opinions on it from all of us. Good.
Yeah, because I much more enjoy that slow, creeping dread.
Oh, absolutely.
That movies can do, and so when they do that, it just feels like I'm being treated like the least common denominator.
When
it's like,
sorry,
like when they if I go to see a horror movie, I want to be scared. Right. I don't want to fucking have you fucking blow a tuba in my right ear.
Right. Okay.
I want you to scare me. I don't want you to startle me.
Yes, I understand.
Yes. Yeah, and it's that slow creeping dread that horror is actually defined as.
Yeah, exactly. And again, we've said it before, like a jump scare can be earned after doing that. That is definitely something that is possible and I've seen, but it's not common, unfortunately.
Yeah. I will say personally, when I view a movie, I give it sort of a budget, so to speak. Okay. If you can do a decent job at like establishing the threat and like giving that dread, then like 1 to 2 jump scares. I'm like,
yeah, no, absolutely.
I think it is better. It's like salt in food. It is better for having it. Too much is stupid.
Yes. I will agree. I was actually going to say, there is definitely room for it, and it can be like good. It's just it needs to work with all the rest of the movie, and if they just do like 5 to 10 in a movie, I'm like, oh, okay, so this is the type of movie that it is, right?
Especially
and then I start
if
getting
they're close together.
Yeah, then I start getting more annoyed because I'm just like, great, this is what I have to worry about now. Is just the music got really quiet, and then stinger again.
So much fun.
Yeah.
Such good filmmaking.
Now, as to the more relevant purview of the podcast, jump scares in tabletop RPGs are usually a bit more, I would say, complicated to pull off, and I typically don't even bother.
Yeah.
Yeah, it like when they were talking about having the body fall out of the locker or whatever, right? Like, it doesn't feel the same, if that makes sense. It doesn't seem to. It doesn't evoke the same kind of response, at least from me, as far as like somebody's describing the scene, and then it's more just the oh shit, we found a body. Not really startled, not really, shock.
I would say that is something that D&D, as more of an auditory and imaginative what's
Medium.
the term I'm looking? Yeah, media. It does sort of suffer from not being able to do that as effectively most times.
Yeah. If you I wouldn't suggest doing music stingers and stuff. You could, but I wouldn't suggest it personally, just because I don't think it's necessary.
Especially since a lot of times, like, because the other thing is that it's gonna throw a wrench into the game's flow. It's like for example, like what's gonna happen is, say you have a jump scare prepped in this old house.
Sure.
It's like, oh, you guys are walking up the driveway to the old house, and you like look at it, it's all spooky and shit, and you feel creeped out, and then you have I'm gonna assume you have an actual table here.
Sure.
And you got your laptop right next to you with all your notes and your shit, and you have this tab open and ready to play that has like the zwing sound effect. And so you walk up to the house, you open the door, the body falls out, zwing, and then what's gonna fucking happen is that video is gonna fucking lag. It's gonna happen. The internet's gonna go out, or it's gonna lag,
and that's the real scare.
Yeah, right? It's gonna be real bad, and you're gonna be like, oh.
Well, so I'm not even that. Like, I was actually gonna say, the scenarios where you're trying to make a jump scare feel more like you're just building atmosphere in D&D and other tabletop games, because you might describe something as a sudden thing, but again, it is ultimately adding to the theater of the mind play that you're doing, where, like, at least for what I imagine happening is, I'm in this room, and then we open the thing, and a body slumps onto the floor, and that just adds to the more of the horror that I'm feeling, just because
it doesn't need to jump you.
It is literally just establishing, oh, we're in a place that someone has been killed. Right.
Yeah, or at least stashed.
Yes, and that's the horror there, instead of it being a jump scare. Because it then gives me the idea of something might be in the house, or something is using the house, or something is using this one particular room to hide away their dead, and it's intelligent, and like all these other things that make me more dreadful than it going, it's a body. Right?
Yeah. It's the thoughts that the body evokes.
Yes, exactly.
Mm-hmm. Yes, the implications.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
the implication.
You can get a little bit more excited, and you can use your tone of voice, but please don't spend 3 hours screaming at your players in order to create the scary, raw moment. You're gonna blow out their speakers.
Yeah, I mean,
don't spend 3 hours screaming at your players. I mean, guys.
I mean,
I kind of want to do that now.
No. It's like you don't play at my table. I'll scream if I want.
Yeah, we're part of a race that only knows how to scream.
Yeah.
That's how we communicate. Just like,
could you speak up?
Yeah.
Oh,
No,
man.
but
Now
I-
I just get flashbacks of the "Show me what you got" heads from Rick and Morty.
Yeah, no.
So, I will say, because I don't typically go for jump scares, but I kind of tend to do the opposite. Which is
Sit down scares.
no, actually,
Lie
it
down.
is the elevator calm downs.
Oh.
Which is if the players are like, say, investigating a spooky house or something, and they've been asking around town for questions about it, they're like, hey, we're gonna be over investigating this house. That guy who you said might be able to help us, just tell him we'll be there and have him meet us there. And he'll be like, okay. And they'll like be investigating, and like they'll be brushing, cobwebs out of the way, wiping dust off of boxes, and hearing mysterious creaking floorboards. And then all of a sudden, like, I'll use my hand and I'll like knock on the table, like as things are getting spooky, and it's the guy that they told to meet them there.
You saw the Clue movie, didn't you?
No.
Good movie.
Oh, it's so good, and that happens. Anyway, go on.
Yeah, it's like the reverse of a jump scare, where it's not a monster like jumping out of a closet at you. It's
just
like
a normal occurrence.
Yeah, it's still got that lead up, and like you still got that tension, and you're still breaking it with a loud sound. But it's very much like it's dissimilar from the, like, walking over and picking up a bag, woo, jump scare, music stinger.
Right, yeah.
And more of like, this is something that you guys have, through your actions, like, caused this to be set up. I'm going to use it.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, and it is a jump scare of a sort, but it is not a cheap like one-off, like, this is just in the scene now because right, it's you have established this, and it makes sense. And if it does catch somebody off guard because like they forgot about it, like, that's just how that is. But if somebody's waiting for it, like, they won't get caught off guard. So
that one, it won't feel unwarranted.
Right. Yeah.
Their earbuds, or even just at the table. It's not good for your throat. You can get louder, but it's not like by screaming. I don't think that's the most effective way to pull it off.
Still want to scream at you guys,
And also, jump scares are something that, doing it sparingly, I think, makes them more effective.
Good.
Because if you do it too much, then your players are just waiting for it to constantly happen, and it stops being effective.
Good. Thank God.
Well, and you were telling me a really cool name for one of the tropes that is a bit of a advanced jump scare. That's really neat.
Yeah, so the nested cat scare does involve a jump scare, but it's the idea of, so there's the cat scare where you hear a noise and you're creeping up and you're worried, oh my gosh, I'm going to shine my flashlight and the thing's going to be there, I'm going to finally catch it, and it's just a cat that knocked over a can.
Okay, so this is literally what you were talking about with the knocking on the door being the guy that the guy that they sent for to come and help. It's just a normal occurrence that is just a part of the scene.
So the proper way to do them, yes.
Yeah, just it's a thing. Okay. Yeah, no, that's fair, I guess. Although advanced jump scare.
Advanced? You mean it's not the one that's fucking screaming at people?
Right. It's one that's been set up.
Advanced.
The one that takes actual effort. Oh.
Yeah.
I would call it more subversion of expectations.
Yeah, an actual pleasing,
an actual subversion.
Yeah, one that actually pays off in a satisfying way. Like, okay. Okay.
It's just a cat.
Yeah.
Now,
but you notice, right? That's not exactly the, like, yes, it was just a cat, but it's also got that musical sting. Like,
yeah.
It's there to then go, this is what you should be feeling.
Yeah, right.
So, yes, I agree, but also,
nah.
Look at us, we spent the money on a water phone.
Water phones are super cool.
Wow.
Yeah, actually, I kind of like water phones a lot.
Building all, you shine your light down and see, oh, it's just a cat, and then the monster appears behind you, or something else happens. So you're building up that tension, there's a release, and then the scare.
Oh, alien!
Yeah, no, it's true. Are you... Oh, God, I really hope this doesn't flag us for anything when we're watching these.
I probably will.
I was actually initially thinking, like, should I mention, like, all of the jump scares that they use in Alien? And I'm like, nah, but...
Yeah, no, it's like, it's definitely, yeah, no, that was a really good one, I remember. But it's not even, like... I gotta turn this down so it doesn't get us to copyright.
That's not really a jump scare,
no,
no, that's not a jump scare.
It's not at all, in fact. It's just that it's there now.
You know, we've got the jump scare and then the advanced nested cat scare, which is just a cool name. Some of them have really neat names. One of my favorite horror movie bad guys is Michael Myers from Halloween, and the trope that Michael Myers fulfills, and you can very easily use in your games, is this idea of sort of the slow-moving, always there, kind of teleporting bad guy.
Okay.
Well,
so that's more of a
teleport.
That's more of a Jason. First off,
yeah, that's true.
Like, because legitimately, it feels like he's teleporting, but he's quite literally just walking places. Right?
Yeah,
it is not inconceivable.
Movie, like, if you like, there are fans of Friday the 13th who have literally like mapped out and tracked where Jason is in each like scene, and they've like, okay, it would have taken him this long. Literally, he was teleporting.
Yeah, he has to and that's they even keep that as the thing for the Friday the 13th game, because it's the only way that it makes sense for him, right?
Yeah,
but
or
like,
in Dead by Daylight.
Yes. Yep. Same thing. So like. Yeah, and like, so Michael Myers is good in the sense of he's just a guy who's there, right? And he's just fixated on...
But he wants to kill people.
He does.
That's bad.
He does, and yes, it is bad. But ultimately, it is quite literally he's fixated on this one person after a time, and they just start seeing him everywhere. And then when they look away and look back, he's already moved on to his next, like, getting closer, right? Like, that's the whole point, is like, and they don't do music stings and all that stuff. It is just, he's there.
Well, they do.
No. What? So they don't until...
It's not loud, though.
Yeah, no, they don't use the sting, right? It's not until later on when he's actually attacking that it's really the soundtrack kind of kicks in, because it's the actions going on. But they usually would just have it be straight up, she looks out the window, sees him there, it's just him there. Like, he's just there, and then later on, you would expect from modern stuff, looking back when he's gone, it would be like a boom because he's gone. But no, it's just that he's not there, and there's no music.
He's not there playing his fucking cello.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So I would... Having a slow-moving threat is a yes. Something that is constantly coming at you that you cannot stop from advancing towards you, sure, in the sense of like it will find you at some point. But teleporting is weird, right? We talked about consistency last time, and unless the thing can actually teleport, which then makes me question why it wouldn't just teleport all the way and you would never see it until it's right there. But anyway,
one of the movies that it's always movies, but I mean movies are where jump scares happen.
It's true.
It's not a jump scare, it's the slow moving thing. The movie It Follows.
Right. Yes.
Yep. Yeah, that was...
I still yet to see it, to be fair, but I know the premise and everything, so.
Yeah. So that's a good example of doing the slow moving. You can't outrun it. You can't do anything about it.
It's quite literally
just
always coming
at you eventually.
Oh, this is Halloween 2.
Yeah.
And this can be done to have the bad guy, you see them, you look away to tell somebody else in your party, you look back, and then they're gone.
We're gonna, like, you're gonna get us fucking killed, dude. Like,
yeah.
Oh my god.
Or it can be the sort of thing where you're checking everything out, you look back to tell everyone that everything's fine, and then you look and all of a sudden the monster's there in your face.
Okay. Polaroid. This is... I've not seen it.
I've not even heard of this one.
Yeah.
Take a picture. Oh,
that's actually... I actually really like that.
Yeah,
I don't like the music sting, but...
Yeah. Well, okay, hang on. Play it again.
Okay.
Okay, yeah. I don't like the music sting, but at least it's not one of those super loud ones.
Yeah, no, it's not egregious, thankfully. But it's definitely...
So then, Boo, would you then propose that people have these, like, scenes set up and then, like, just not have anything auditory to go with it then?
So that's not what...
Yes.
No. Whoa, no. What?
No, because here's one of the things. Like, you can do scares like that without having the music.
I think it'd make it fall flat.
No, I don't think so. Honestly, for this one in particular, just having that quick flash of something on there, like, it is creepy on its own. First off,
because
it's creepy, yes, but the music helps to accentuate it.
I don't think so. I think it just takes me out, at least. I don't honestly, and I would have to find a bunch of people to, you know, get this as a more of a statistic, but I honestly, if you could, like, you can have the underlying tone of that just ambiance there, and that's fine, but then it's just this thing just appears without any musical sting, and I would like to see how many people think that's more effective or less effective. But I don't know. But at least
so here's my thoughts,
Sure.
right?
Mm-hmm.
If you were to just have a person sitting in a living room, he like flashes the light, spooky shadow appear, and then he looks and he goes, has a face like, huh. That's not a scary scene that I would put as a much like the glass breaking randomly in the fog. That is a scene of irregular occurrence.
So, well, that's my thing is, how is this a regular occurrence? Irregular occurrence only when it is a literal figure there.
Because the irregular the how to put this? I would say that little drum beat that they play is itself not overly noticeable. I didn't even notice until we watched it the second time.
So then,
as such, it serves to complement it rather than like a big ol' like ring in like in your face.
Yeah.
But no, actually, the question you were going to ask about, I feel like that's...
if you didn't notice it, why does it need to be there then?
Yes.
Why does
because you just
taken
said
out?
Huh?
Well,
why does it need to be taken out?
Because it is noticeable.
You're the one who just said that you didn't notice it.
Right. Like
yeah.
to be fair, yes, it is a question of personal taste in that respect.
Yeah.
I would say. But I also think, like, if it's there is something to be said for if something is completely unnoticeable for one person, does that mean that it, like, and again I would need more statistics of like people that notice it versus people that don't, right? In order to really get this down. But I don't know, because like I think it's enough that it is noticed enough, noticeable enough that it doesn't need to be there, because again, it, like, hearing it just takes me out.
And I think my reason for like thinking that you don't need it is because when you have when you have that scene, I think if you take it out, it does two things. One, it rewards the people that are actually paying attention and are invested in the story. Because if you don't have that music sting that tells you, oh, be scared now, instead you have people who are actually watching and focusing, like, oh my God, did you see that? And then the people who are just texting on their phones like, no, I didn't. There was no loud noise. What? And then two, in one, if you're paying attention to it, it's creepy because you're seeing something it should not be. Two, I think that it establishes it's a more dreadful thing, because it's not trying to break the tension. It's trying to elevate it by having it not be that huge release. It's just building it up.
No, I actually agree with that.
I wouldn't say that a little boom is a huge release.
But I'm just saying that I mean,
so
I don't know.
So I wouldn't say it's a huge release, but it is a release. I would say that the music sting is again telling you this is what you should be feeling in this moment. Instead of
I would say that's fair.
Yeah, and that I usually is like but I want to get there naturally. And like when it accompanies a reveal of a monster in the sense of you've finally gotten to the point like in Alien where the music is kind of building as you get that reveal, as it kind of comes down and it has the small face within the face. Yes, the mouth within the mouth come out and actually attack. Like it builds with it. Because it's actively happening with it feels like a natural transition, I guess. Whereas this, again, is telling me how to feel. In this moment where if it wasn't there, I feel like I would feel not the same, but at least similar enough that it doesn't need to tell me how to feel, I guess.
I would also say, boo. When you say that music is there as sort of like a crutch to the people who aren't paying attention, I would say that that right there is not on screen long enough that if you're looking down at your phone and you hear the little bum, by the time you look up, it's already gone.
It's true. You can't miss it you can miss it if you blink.
It's true.
It's very fast.
And I don't know how the scene plays out, but what I would say in regards to making it work without music is to have this one scene. He looks up, he's like, oh, that's weird, right? In the sense of his face. And then he goes to take another picture and it's closer, it's more defined, right? Oh! And then it's like, oh God. And then or he sets it to do it multiple times and it moves slightly in a jagged kind of way.
Like a shutter.
Right, exactly. And then it would do the same kind of thing, but without. And again, it would be less of a jump in a way, but it's not even that much of a jump. But it's still technically a jump. It would be the first thing is oh, that's a weird occurrence, right? And then it builds upon it to then show you, oh no, this is a thing.
Yeah, and right. It's coming closer.
Exactly.
And I think my gut reaction to not really being a big fan of the music used in the scene, even though it's not a jump scare. It's just a scary
classic
visual, basically.
I think that's a jump scare.
It is a jump scare. It's just not the typical over the top one.
Yes. Yeah. It's a more classy jump scare.
Yes. I will say that.
It is a good one. How about that?
All right.
I think it's just another occurrence where the music's not in the scene. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No. Yeah.
And so it's music that's being played over the scene. I wish that
it doesn't actively detract, but it definitely doesn't need to be there.
Yeah. What I would have liked is if, I don't really know how you could do it and have it make sense in the context of the thing, but maybe he takes the picture, he sees it, and at the same time something falls onto a piano and makes the big like crashing piano.
Oh yeah,
sound
you
or
could.
something.
Well, so no, I don't
And
like the big
that's-
crashing piano.
That seems more parody
Yeah,
at that point.
Yeah,
and
that's
what I'm saying is that if you want to have the music in there, just find some way to have it happen in the world of the movie. I'm not saying actually do that.
Yeah, no, I actually I agree with you, because if you have say there is a just a small little record being played, like and like they take the picture and the record like skips for a second, just slightly, right? Just skips. It's not a. It's just a.
Insidious did that, I think.
Did it?
I'm pretty sure they did.
Oh,
I know
cool.
they used records a lot in that movie, but Insidious is also to me home of the worst jump scare because it's so iconic. Where like she looks behind the husband and the demons there going.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I remember that.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the credits.
Oh, is there a credit?
Nah, dude.
Okay.
Yeah, there's one in the credits. Or like right before the credits begin.
Okay.
Or maybe that was in 2. I don't know.
I haven't watched them because I don't care enough to watch those ones.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, like if you do something with I agree, in the environment, I feel like it would work better in the sense of like making it feel less meta. At least
I'm very picky about my jump scares.
Yeah, no, and I agree with you to an extent.
Now, you can certainly do that narratively and plan it out, and that can be fun, and you're sort of building in that jump scare or the, oh my god, where did it go type thing. But also mechanically, there are things in Dungeons & Dragons and other games like that, I'm sure, that give you that teleport. I mean, there's a spell, teleport.
Yeah, no, it's
or
true.
even just Misty Step. And
Misty
so
Step, yeah.
if you as a GM want to have the rules that make these things make sense, which, by the way, I don't think you have to have them. I think story can trump things, especially in a horror one-shot or horror.
No. So consistency, again, I will point to it. If you're inconsistent with your rulings, then, like, how are your players supposed to remain invested, right?
Yeah, you have to make sure that things make sense.
And we've talked, and when I was talking about it before, when you have something that is inconsistent inherently, like what we were talking about with all the stuff that Sandy Peterson was talking about, with a monster that specifically itself bends the laws of reality, it's different than having something that is within your reality that just bends the rules according to what you need it to do.
Yeah,
right? There is a big difference there. So if you see, it's this kind of thinking where it's
me, which was good, but he used contrivance, which is bad.
Exactly. This is one of those things where this kind of thinking pervades into other bits of media, where it's like, we just want it to pay off in this way, and we're gonna get it there regardless of how that happens. And that's never really a good idea, because you can make it work and continue to be consistent, but if you don't, then that just means you're lazy. Like, you quite literally can do it every time. You just need it to be, you just need to put the effort in.
Yeah. I have done something similar once in my campaign. And it's something I don't think I'd ever do again.
Sure.
But it was the big scarecrow that could, if you were fleeing and you were terrified, it could slow you down, and like by slowing itself down, but it gained a movement buff to get towards you. When I was initially introducing it, I had it so that the players are traveling through the woods, and then off in the distance, about 20 feet up, like from the ground, they see almost like a will-o-wisp swinging. And it was like a lantern that it was holding. And then it disappeared behind a tree, and then it appeared somewhere else.
Sounds very
about like 50 feet ahead, and this time about 30 feet closer. And it was like swinging, and then like as it was like walking, and then it went to another tree, and it just like disappeared for an hour.
Sure. Yeah.
And then a couple later hour, it started like appearing again, this time on the other side of them.
Later hour.
And that being said, that was not a power that the creature had. It could move faster, but it couldn't like teleport between trees, and that was something I did to sort of like raise tensions a bit. It kind of backfired because literally all that they did was shoot an Eldritch Blast at the lantern and then hit it and break it.
Yep.
So I'm like, okay, well there goes that.
Mm-hmm.
But like it's probably not something I'd do again because as I was doing it, I'm like,
yeah,
this creature can't really do that. I shouldn't do this.
Yeah, no, exactly. It's because like in the fight, I would expect to see it teleport around. That would be something that I'd go, why isn't it doing that? Right? Did anybody actually ask that during the fight?
After the fight, they did. They're like, I was expecting it to blink to someone else, and I'm like, well, it can move very fast, and it could toggle the lantern on and off at will.
Yep.
So I'm like, it could do something similar, but like it wouldn't actually like blink up to you. Its whole goal was to make you run away from it.
Right. Yeah. So that's it's I feel like people are going to be observant and they're going to notice these things, and then once it just doesn't use something that is a part of the arsenal, or at least what's set up to be part of the arsenal, they will go, wait, it could have had so much more of an advantage. Why didn't it do it?
And again, this is learned from my mistake.
Yeah, absolutely.
Fortunately, it didn't backfire too horribly.
No, exactly.
But it is something I would not do in the future.
For a game. But anyway, if you want the rules there, then just customize your bad guy and give them Misty Step.
Sure.
Or like a Shadow Walk or something.
Absolutely. And all of a sudden they can pop up and disappear wherever it is that you need them in order to help kind of, scare the pants off of your party.
And obviously we're not being contradictory when we're okay with this, because you are quite literally creating a monster that can do this. And you are
your enemies. Do it.
Yeah, you are quite literally establishing that this is a power that they can use. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's like if you there's a difference between taking a werewolf and then making it teleport around so that it gets everybody and having a werewolf that is able to shadow step and actually uses the shadows to teleport around and get somebody.
Yes, exactly.
Or get everybody. It's and like there could be cases where somebody goes, "Oh no, I did that." Right? And then it's like, well, what are you going to do at that point? But really it is hopefully in the beginning you have come up with this enemy that can do these things that you are able to actually justify that it can do these things.
And also like I would recommend don't just like slap shod on random effects with random enemies.
Right. Yeah.
It's good for brainstorming. Like, oh man, I have like this goblin that can affect people's dreams. Well, why can it affect people's dreams?
Yeah, because it's a nilbog.
Ooh.
Yeah, and like it can help to create story arcs, but in general. Yeah. I would not just go around saying, okay, dartboard with monster on it and dartboard with ability on it that is weird. Throw 2 darts and let's see what I get.
Unless you're playing Borderlands.
Well, part of Borderlands is the whole nonsensical aspect of that.
Yeah, exactly.
If that is your campaign setting, like, oh, hey, wild magic has been, like, seeping up in this area, then, like, yeah, maybe.
Yeah, but again, even with that, you would still have some sort of rule set in the sense of what things can and cannot do.
Yeah.
But, like, yeah, be sensical, I guess you could say, with random abilities.
Yeah.
Be sensical with randomness.
Yeah,
it just sounds funny.
It's true, and it's just like it's a hard thing to do to make something random feel like it's not natural, I guess, in a way. Believable, I guess, is the best word, not natural.
Yeah, like why can this random like
Thrycreen?
Why can this ragtag random group of goblins like fly for some reason?
Right.
Like if you're going to have a random ability, be prepared to have to explain it.
Yep.
For instance, I really like Alejo's idea of the werewolf like creeping through the shadows. Like,
of course you do.
Maybe. Well, I like werewolves and I like shadows.
Yeah,
Fucking
no,
bite
that's
me.
what I figured.
But like, it may have been a werewolf that was chasing prey and like accidentally chased it into the Shadowfell.
Into the Shadowfell.
Or something.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's. And obviously, and we've said it before, don't be the kind of person that's just like, I don't need to justify this to my players. Like,
yeah, don't do that.
Like,
Please.
it's so much easier to just make it make sense for your world, because then you have more things to build off of, right? Because it is then a part of your world, and you can go, how did this come to be? Oh, it's because of A, B, and C, or Z, Y, and 7. You know, I don't know, man. Like,
yes.
But what if you're too lazy to do that?
Well, then you better have.
I hope you're a player.
Yeah, you better be a player, or you
just check it. Just making sure.
Right. The other thing I would say is you better just have been doing a one shot and don't ever use the thing again unless you really feel like you put some work into it.
Yeah.
Scare the pants of your party.
Another great horror trope is the resurrection idea. Jason is an excellent example of this, that the bad guy doesn't just, you stab him once and he dies.
Okay.
But they keep coming back.
God, that's not referenced. Fucking Friday the 13th, please. There's so many things. Because especially with 7, as I've watched them all, Jason's just kind of there. He's just kind of fucking there, and he's alive under the water. He's looking around. He's like conscious, and it's not. He just kind of comes up because, horror. Right? Yeah, horror. Just to fight Carrie. I mean, not Carrie. It's. But no, I agree with the whole like if you make it so that they were, I don't know, trying to find a way to get more power, and they die, but you then find them again, and they've struck a deal with the Undying patron, right? And they're now a warlock of the Undying, and so they're a resurrected kind of zombie who's now got warlock stuff. Like, it's like stuff like that.
Deathlock, one might almost.
A Deathlock, exactly.
Compare them to.
But like something where it is believable that they get to this point where then they can become this other resurrected creature. Like, you can make it slightly contrived a little bit, because there's a difference between making it so unbelievable that it's just a thing that happened, and something that is more contrived but could be definite, like it could have been accomplished.
You can give monsters cool things.
Yeah,
and it just depends on the story that you want to tell. In that kind of respect, if you want
even another one that you could do, the even easier one, a lich.
Yeah.
Go out, you find the evil necromancer, you kill him. Turns out, oh shit, he's still alive. Kind of.
Absolutely, quite easy. Friday the 13th, a new blood. Wow, he just I'm turning off sound so that it doesn't.
Like we get ad revenue anyway.
Well, it's no. So they run ads on our stuff. Yeah, that's why I counterclaimed the stuff from before now, because I forgot about that until like 13-14 days ago when I counterclaimed it, because I was just like, oh yeah, they run ads on stuff that they claim. It's not cool.
Yep. Bullshit.
Specific way you have to be killed, or something has to happen in order to defeat the bad guy, and then that creates a fun letting your players figure that out.
Gotta get the MacGuffin.
Yeah.
Have this mechanic built in that they have to be killed with certain damage, or like vampires are great classic example of you have to kill them in a specific way or they come back. And you can also set this up really well of the kind of using a little bit of the disappearing bad guy, of the you have a big battle and everyone's like, okay, great, it's done, we killed it. you all check over each other, and then somebody glances back and sees the body's gone. And then that adds this fun, like, what, where did it...
So, yes.
I would agree.
Right?
So in principle
Mhm.
and in basic, like, sort of essay outline, yes, they look back and they notice that body is gone.
Yep.
However, I would not have it such as like, oh, body has disappeared without a trace or something. Like, have
There's
the
a
body
blood
dissolve
trail.
to ash, or like, yeah, maybe they weren't dead and like they're like crawling away or something like that. But don't have it just be like, player looks away for it. Don't make it be fucking Schrodinger's corpse.
Yeah. Like, I can see it happening for, like, a vampire, right? In the sense of,
they turned to mist.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was gonna say. Like, they look back and they see the like, little bits of mist escaping through cracks. Like, that's the clue, right? And then it's just like, oh shit, it was a vampire, you know. Or you then see the body either become ash or dissolve into a thick substance that just oozes away, right?
Seeps down between cracks in the floor or something.
Exactly.
Tastes like semen.
Horror.
Go, how did it come?
And a trope that's really fun for horror movies that isn't necessarily about a specific monster, but the genre as a whole is this idea of that there is no escape. I think John Carpenter's The Thing is the best example of that. If you've watched our other films, you know how much I love that movie. But you know, they're stuck. They're stuck at the research station.
Are they?
I mean, no, they're other films. So okay, it's either other films that they like, or actually they do make films. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. Just a weird
horror.
Weird way to phrase it, I guess.
Yeah.
There's no getting out. And so as a GM, you do need to figure that out. If you're playing Starfinder, then yeah, great. You land at one of the orbital...
Sorry.
You're playing Starfinder? Yeah, great.
If you're playing Starfinder...
hilarious.
Yeah, no, exactly. That's why I caught up. It's just... Oh, you're playing Starfinder. Yeah, great.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Space station.
Hey guys, I have our Pathfinder campaign prepped for this weekend. Oh, you're playing Starfinder? Great.
Exactly. It's just like, okay.
Great. You land at one of the orbital space stations, and it's small, and all of their shuttles are completely destroyed. And something bad happens to your ship whenever it docks, and there is no getting back to it. Or if it's a fantasy-based setting, you know, play with it. You know, there's something that kills teleportation magic, so you don't have a marvelous mansion that you get to go back into. There is no teleportation circle. Your party is stuck here. And so they have to figure out how to break the curse or kill the monster or survive the 72 hours, whatever that is. It does require, as a GM, being creative enough to think of all of the ways your players might get around it. But then...
Yeah, I mean, if you really want to have them isolated in such a instance, it does, but I feel like... I don't know, you could play with it a bit in the sense of allowing them to use that, but it doesn't to get rid of the problem. Right?
Alejo, I think what you mean to say is, yeah, great.
Oh yeah, no, you're right. That is what I meant to say. You're right.
Establish rules in a vague enough way that when they come up with something you didn't expect, which they will, you can still just sort of be like, yeah, doesn't work.
Yeah, great.
So, yeah,
see, here's the problem.
Yeah.
Here's the problem. You can do these kinds of scenarios where you can't escape the problem.
Yeah.
Brogan did that for us, or no, not once did that for us, when he ran us through his D&D first edition campaign, where we had the murder mystery on board a ship.
Right.
Yet we were low level. We couldn't leave because we're out in the middle of the fucking ocean.
Yeah.
There are ways you can do it.
Yeah.
You just it doesn't always have to be, no, you can't teleport. No, you can't use your cell phone. Yeah. No, you can't call the police.
Yeah.
It doesn't always have to be that.
And again, so when we talked about it the other time with the cell phone kind of thing, where you call whoever you need to call, but they don't believe you, or
they either don't believe you, or they're too far out. Oh, the cops are coming, but they'll be like fucking 3 hours.
Right? Like, make it believable, obviously, but like, I don't like the idea of making your rulings vague enough, as he put it, so that you can just say no. I don't like that idea.
Because that sounds so rules lawyery to me.
Well, it's not even that. It's just that I like it when my players are creative, right?
Yeah.
If they found some way to wiggle out of it, and not have to deal with the situation, I'm gonna give it to them. That's fine.
I gave you guys the spider.
Yeah,
I didn't like it, but I did.
Exactly, right? Like that happened. Like any kind of situation where they are creative enough to get out of the situation unharmed, unscathed, or toppling it, like, just reward them for that. And then if they didn't deal with it, it's a festering situation, my dude.
Yeah.
That's just something that nobody's dealing with right now.
Yeah. Remember that fucking spider out in the woods? Yeah, that thing's still out there.
Right. Right? Like, yeah, you find these kinds of things and you're just like, no. And then it's like, oh, okay. So you leave, you go back to your town, and you're there for a day or two, and next time you go into the tavern, you hear rumors about on the road that going towards that hamlet over there, that people have found other bodies of people that seem to have been running from the hamlet. It's like, oh no, and like it seems to be more bodies than was originally like even seen inside the hamlet. Like, people are running from this place, and it's just like, just make it so that you then give them the consequences of their actions instead of just saying no. You're not allowed to leave my little scenario. No. I made this.
That reminds me of one of the things I always have a lot of fun with is hags in my campaign. To the point where, like, most of the characters that the players interact with are people of like variable age, but usually they've decided to make it a meme that the only people in my world who are old are evil. And it's because they've happened to run into 2 hags.
Fair enough, yeah.
And one of them, I really like making hags have weird regional effects.
Yes.
Yeah.
And in one of them, I took inspiration from a book I read when I was like, I don't know, like 8 or something. And it was there was this kid that was adopted by this woman that turned out to be a witch, and he was trying to run away. And he would run away from the house, and he would get to like a 4-way crossroads, and no matter which road he took, he would always wind up back at the crossroads. And he could look, and he could see the like farmhouse in the distance.
Yes.
But like he would run on those roads for like miles a day, and he would always come back to the crossroads no matter what he did.
Yes. All roads lead to the crossroad.
That just sounds like you're keeping your players trapped against their will.
I was. Yeah. I was actually.
Yeah, exactly.
I was.
Mr. DM, man, why are you stifling my fucking running abilities?
And all right, now first of all, fuck you. They were in a carriage, so they weren't running for shit anyway.
I love the
Secondly,
I love the fact that running abilities also fit, like creativity or running ability.
That's why I said it, man.
Very good. I applaud you. Go on.
Secondly, when they noticed that I was describing the same scene over and over again.
Yeah.
And they had a map too, and they could find that this crossroads was nowhere on their map.
Yeah.
They're like, okay. I'm like, could be an older map. You could try going straight and see what happens.
Yeah.
And then they come back to the same crossroad. I described the same birds flying overhead. And they're like, and I'm like, that's weird. I might loop back. You don't
maybe.
seem to remember coming back onto this incoming road and looping back in, but you could try going another direction. And they're like, They go a different direction, come back in. I described the same two birds flying overhead. And the key was they could follow the birds, and I think it was go left, right, forward, right, and they would have escaped.
Yeah.
Secondly, when they stopped at the crossroads, they're like, all right, this has been the center of all of our issues. So what do we do? And someone said, well, I'll cast detect magic. And I went, oh. And internally I'm thinking, well, shit, this entire area is technically magic, but and I'm like, he's like, I'll cast detect magic. And I'm like, you get a faint reading from pretty much everywhere, but a really strong reading from the signpost.
There you go, yeah.
And they could destroy the signpost, but they would just go on a road and they'd come back
to
the
the signpost.
Yep. Again. And he's like, I'll cast dispel magic on it. And I went, huh. And I looked up dispel magic, and I'm thinking to myself, and I went, yeah, that'll work.
Yeah.
And they're like, yeah. They're like, you weren't expecting that. I'm like, nah, dude. I was prepared for you guys to cycle around on this patch of road for probably 40 times.
Yep.
Until the barbarian mentioned let's follow the birds or something.
Right.
I don't know.
Yeah, totally. No, that's definitely yeah. And again, so that's not something that's totally unbelievable either. Something could be cursed in such a way. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
the weird thing is the hag wasn't, they don't know this, but the hag wasn't even aware of that happening.
Nice.
That was just some latent magical energy kind of popping up.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Isn't that weird? But I think that still works, and it creates that sense of terror and dread and suspense because everybody's buying into the fact that this is a horror movie game.
And I think that's a very important...
So, unless you've set up that this is going to be a horror movie game? Right? Because there are horror movie games. I actually have found out about a couple as I was doing, looking for videos. One called, Slasher or something, which is literally a slasher movie as a RPG.
That's funny.
Where you make a primary character and you make secondary characters with everybody. So you give yourself these stats, and then you give one thing to yourself, one thing to the secondary character. Everybody passes it around so that somebody gets another one, and then you make one thing on your character, one thing on the secondary character, pass it around. So then it just becomes this amorphous, well, not amorphous, but this mishmash of a bunch of different traits these are your backups. But yeah, it's neat.
Interesting.
Yeah, probably look into it at some point. But so this is definitely we talked about last time being inspired by things, and that's cool, and you should use those things and give credit to what you use, obviously.
Yes.
I don't know, if you just make it a horror movie in the sense of this is just how it's going to be regardless of anything, has been proposed with, if you find a way around, you just say no and all that kind of stuff. That's... I don't know about this. I don't know. It just doesn't... Don't like it. I just don't like it. I don't know.
I think one of the things that horror and just D&D in general.
Mm-hmm.
Fantasy TTRPGs in general.
Yep.
Hinge so heavily upon is that enemies have to follow the rules.
Yes.
Same thing with you. You have to follow the rules. So do the enemies.
Yes.
And this is also reflected in horror. Like, what are the rules? Don't drink, don't smoke, don't have sex, and does it swear?
No, swearing's fine. It's well, depends.
All right.
And be a virgin. Oh, no, you already said don't have sex.
No, yeah, you don't have sex.
My bad.
So the enemies have to follow certain rules, and if I don't believe in punishing players for being clever, I would say if someone comes up with something that totally nullifies an entire encounter, and it would prevent that encounter from being like used pretty much at all. So, and I'm talking on the level of difference of, hey, wow, that was a weird abandoned house that had a few cobwebs, but we left.
Right.
Versus,
hey, wow,
you remember that? Yeah, you remember that? Yeah, we're gonna burn down this fucking house because it's got some evil shit inside it.
I mean, fair.
I am a bit more, I suppose, forgiving in saying like, come up with the reason why they can't leave. Than in just saying like, no, you can't go, or like,
well, yeah,
like
it's this weird, it's this strange catch-22 that you kind of have to be.
Don't punish players for creativity, but at the same time, don't let creativity completely nullify the encounter.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, I can see in the house burning down kind of thing, because of the, let's say it was a ghost. There was a ghost there, and it now is attached to your players because they have destroyed the thing that it was attached to. Not in the way of like destroying the bones. Like, it depends on how you set up your ghosts, but for me, it's like you have to, like, the classic kind of supernatural thing. If you salt and burn the bones, and then that's pretty good. Or get them to finish their business or whatever the fuck it might be. But if you don't do the proper thing and you just take away the thing that they were haunting, and it's not like the special memento or whatever it is that actually keeps them tied to the world, then it's like, well, now they just kind of transfer onto your players because...
Yeah, now they just kind of fucking hate you.
Yeah, because now you've burned down their house. Like, you've now made them aware that they are a ghost, right?
Not to mention, most people would probably haunt you in one way or another if you burned down their house.
Yeah.
Which is, that's fair.
Yeah, fair enough.
I mean, at that point in time, you may have given that ghost enough reason to hate you that, depending upon your world rules, you may now have like that ghost become a revenant.
Yeah.
It's like,
how innocent was that ghost?
You've solved a problem, but it's given you a new one.
Yeah.
Yeah, if that ghost was just like a nice little ghost.
Yeah. Congratulations. Before, it was going to be a poltergeist that was a furniture merchant that was just really aggressive with like his salesmanship and would throw couches at you. And
buy this!
Now, and like now it's a dude who's like flipping over your cart because he's angry.
And he's flipping it over when you're driving your cliffs.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Ooh. I love it. Yeah.
So like, natural conclusion is like, you walk in a house, you see it's dusty and it's filled with cobwebs, and the cleric says there's something fucky wucky here.
Yep.
Natural thing to do is say, all right then, boys and girls, let's leave, shall we? And like, DM goes, wow, there goes a whole boss encounter and like most of the notes that I had prepared for tonight's session. That's cool. And in which case scenario, I justify when they go to open the door having it be locked. Like, you could hack through the door, sure.
Yeah.
Like
but
when
like,
the door's locked behind you.
but like, shepherd them.
Yeah,
down
no,
the
exactly.
path.
It's not railroading if you just
if you're a shepherd.
Well, yeah, no, it's quite literally like
shepherds can't build railroads, dude. You ever asked one too?
Yeah, but yes, but my sheep are of coal.
So
follow the crook of the coal shepherd.
And again, obviously we're saying, you know, in this example, yeah, they can get out still, like they break a window and
if
climb
they are
through.
dead set on fucking leaving, then let them leave.
Yep.
Yeah.
But then, you know,
they might look back and go, "Hey, wow, you remember that house that we just like noped the absolute fuck out of?" Because like then it's a memory. But if it's I walk in, I spend 2 minutes in this house, and then I leave. That's not building memories.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah, that's just you walked in and then you fucking left.
Yeah. Like, oh man, I walked down a road. I do that every day.
Remember that time?
Right? Like, remember that time I walked down the road? Man.
That was fucking sweet, dude.
Like, yeah, no, and exactly, and it's just like, and then again, you can have them go back to that if you really need them to, by going, yeah, and you start hearing the rumors of people are now finding, I don't know, like the furniture has been thrown out of the houses and is now landing on people as they go by. It's like, what the fuck? And it's like, it becomes more of a problem.
Have it be something where like the ghost attaches itself to the party, but like may not necessarily be able to take direct action against the party at all times.
Okay.
But man, it sure would suck if the party rolls into town and they just like are driving by houses and all of a sudden furniture starts busting out through windows on either side of the street.
Yeah.
And that starts happening at every town they go to, and they're like, people are like, no, you stay the fuck out of our town.
Yeah, you're fucking haunted.
And now they can't get resources anymore.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Another thing that you can do is that if you have that situation where you build up the house, it's like, oh, it's all spooky wooky, and they go in and they're like, oh, nope, I don't like the spookums. I don't like the spooks.
Yep.
And then
yeah.
Now that you've said that,
I kind of hated that one.
Okay. Anyway,
where you do that and they leave, and it's like, okay, well, shit, that sucks. But you can always have it be like, hey, you guys are hearing rumors. You might need to go back there. It's like, oh, it's getting worse.
Right, yeah, exactly.
Like, the last time, and you didn't like it then, but like
now
shit's happening now.
Now
you need to go back.
Super won't like it. You didn't like it before, and that was just because it was a dirty house.
Now you're gonna hate it.
Yeah, now you're really gonna hate it. So you can try to get them to go back.
Absolutely.
If you're like, if it's something that winds up needing to happen, then absolutely go for that, because sometimes you'll, sometimes it's a main story beat and they're like, I don't want to do it right now. It's like, well, shit, they kind of need to do it. Yeah, so just put it on the back burner and then make it seem even worse.
Absolutely.
And then essentially have like the Duke be like, you need to do this. You can't just leave this time. Shit's going down. We need you to fix this.
So remember when you went in that house and there were like dust and cobwebs and stuff? Well, now the cobwebs are actually full webs because spiders moved in.
Oh shit.
And now you have to burn the house down.
We sent some guilds like representatives over there the other day to clear the house out, and a spider by the name of Mr. Bob like showed up and was like, what are you doing at my house? You're scaring my wife. They didn't have the nerve because Mr. Bob had a mustache and a rolled up newspaper, and they were like,
his briefcase.
I'm not going to bother with this guy.
But we need you to go bother with him, so get the fuck
we need you to go evict Mr. Bob. He's not paying rent.
Yeah. Oh man.
And then like
the party will
either. The party will invariably adopt Mr. Bob, the spider.
Oh yeah.
No, it's
absolutely
true. It's true.
He's a stern fatherly figure, but god damn it if he doesn't have your best interests at heart.
Exactly.
And man, if he doesn't make a good fucking burrito sometimes.
And his wife can bake the silkiest cakes. Like they're just absolutely smooth as silk.
So
and man, fucking free scarves.
So then, and like that's how you go from one throwaway like little house that was meant to last for a session and maybe give your players the spook into this whole big like convoluted story web.
Yeah.
Hey.
Yeah, and you need to make sure that the journey has lots of legs to it.
Well.
I had to get one in there.
Anyway,
I thought you did with the burrito, but
it was less
no, like an
spider
actual
related.
spider pun.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Thing running a horror game.
Yeah.
Really make sure that your players are going to buy in, because that's going to make your job easier as a GM, but it's also just going to make the game a lot more fun because everybody is there to play a horror game.
Okay, so in the context of you talking to your players beforehand and making sure that they understand that this is going to be a horror game, then yes, yeah, absolutely, then you're fine, right? Yeah. Like, just gotta, it's the whole talking with your players thing. Yep. Yeah, do that, you fucking animals.
Why bother?
Oh.
Yeah. Why should I fucking
talk to them? Dude, I have to be in the same...
Why should I have to fucking tell you what's in it?
I have to be in the same room as these people for 3 to 6 hours. Man, I don't want to talk to them any more than I have to.
Especially nowadays, they probably got the fucking COVID.
Scared.
Yeah, and we talk about how important communication is, and I did my own video about setting up the mood of a horror game that you can check out here, or maybe over here. It's definitely not over this way now, but you can click on that one. It's pretty fun. But yeah, decide we're all going to be in this for a horror movie. We want to get a little creeped out, set things up that way, and then just allow yourself to be scared. I think that's a lot of fun.
A big thanks to our patrons, especially.
Oh, okay, whoa. Okay, a little sudden there with the ending, but yeah, okay, fair enough.
Get it, you want money.
Right. No, it's overall, I mean, alright. Sure.
Some points I agree on, some points I disagree on.
Yeah, it's nothing egregious.
It is average.
Yes, agreed. All right, well, that was that. Let's take a slight intermission here, and we will return shortly. Welcome back. We are here again to tell you about things and stuff.
Yep.
As we have been known to do in the past.
Every now and again. So, should we do what sounds more appealing to you guys? Running a horror RPG, The Stages of Fear, or tabletop horror RPGs, pros and cons of RPG genres?
I would say Stages of Fear.
Yeah, that sounded... Yeah.
Okay, so this is by a channel called Deathstroke 9. Yeah.
I had a similar sounding username in high school.
It's Deathstroke.
It's Deathstroke. Yeah.
Right? Yeah. It's supposed to be Deathstroke, but it's not.
Yeah.
So
Aiden, this was you in high school.
I guess so.
I don't remember when this was made. I had it a second ago, but I'll look at it later. But yeah, this is apparently The Stages of Fear. So here we go.
Welcome back, everyone. If you want to grow as a game master or player and get all the latest tips and tricks, start now by bleeding out the subscribe button till it turns gray and lifeless.
Oh, cool. Yeah. You know what? I like that a lot, actually.
I do too, but also...
It's edgy, but it's good.
It's in the very start of the video, though, so... But...
Yeah, no, like, I obviously like subscribing at the very beginning of the video.
Without even seeing any content.
I just like the word wordplay.
No, absolutely. The wordplay is good. I like the idea because I was like, oh yeah, it is red and then it does become gray. You're right.
Yeah.
Wow, you pointed that out. But no, it's a good one.
Yeah. Today's video is saying something that is essential for your horror role-playing, and that is the 3 stages of fear.
Is it still on Deathstroke percents?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yep.
It hasn't moved yet. Don't worry. It's
okay.
He's doing the horror voice.
Yeah.
So.
A decent laugh.
The laugh, that was fine. He's just doing the horror voice. So okay.
Today we're discussing the 3 stages of fear, and yeah, it's going to be a wild ride.
Mm-hmm.
I've no doubt.
So to start off, what are the 3 stages of fear? Well,
there we go.
The first one is
Dread.
dread.
Oh,
The second
boom.
is terror.
Mm-hmm.
And the third is horror.
It's horror.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Now, what is the difference between dread, terror, and horror?
Please.
In today's video, you're going to find out.
Oh, I appreciate that you've told me that again.
I have an inkling that I already know how it goes, and that it goes dread is you go, there's something spooky behind that closet. Oh no. Terror is body falls into your arms and you go ah, and then horror is you go, but who could have done this?
I hope he does that in the exact same words.
Hey man, I'm telling you, this guy and I similar wavelengths.
No, it's true. It's true.
Now we're going to just jump right in by saying dread.
Every time someone says that now, I just see the Philip DeFranco thing of let's jump right into it. Oh God.
Is that feeling in the back of your mind that something is out of place.
Mm-hmm.
It's a lingering sense that something isn't right. And it is often caused by some type of irrational or rational fear. When you... let me think of a good example.
Okay.
If you go through a town and you see a person with 3 eyes.
Okay.
But then you...
I'm sorry, but... Oh.
No, you're good.
All I can think of is if dread is the sense that something's not right. He's like, let me think of an example. The immediate thought that came to mind was, I'm getting some dread, and it's that you don't have a script.
I mean, I wasn't gonna say anything. I wasn't
Now that
going.
you did.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little. Some of the pauses are a little too pregnant, I would say. Little. That's what it's called. It's a pregnant pause.
It'll be fine.
It's a pregnant pause. That's what it's called. But it seems just slightly like he does it a little too much, and then I'm like, and you're gonna say, and then he says something. I'm like, oh, okay. just all right.
Memeing aside,
Right? Yeah.
I would say the pregnant pauses and the usage of one still image for a minute and a half,
low quality, very easy
is
to see
getting
pixels.
me to sometimes wonder did my internet die?
Yeah, no, that's what I thought too when it was just the Deathstroke 9 presents for a full minute. I'm like, is it working?
It's
not good feelings.
I just okay, now I have to see when this was put up because the really low quality images make me concerned and confused. Concerned. This was oh no.
I'm feeling 2008.
Oh no.
It was 2019.
No, it's March 4th, 2020.
Oh.
Oh. Now,
when you said, "Oh no," I was like, "What was it? 2002?"
To be fair, it's
it's part of the aesthetic. It's part of the aesthetic.
I hope so. I'm sorry. It's just I can see every pixel, and that's not something Sorry, no, I don't see. I see smudged pixels. So it's just very. Anyway, not the point.
Memeing aside.
Mm-hmm. But even so, it is distracting. So maybe play though. Maybe play though.
Double 2 eyes. That is a bit of dread. Now you don't really know what to think of that person. It's this little feeling, this sense that something is wrong here, and that something bad is going to happen. Now, the second stage is terror, which is something bad happening. And that is a very powerful stage, the jump scare. But it only lasts for a very short amount of time. Jump scare is only one example. And the final stage is horror.
Oh, okay. So terror is only the jump scare?
Oh.
Right.
He said, yeah, terror is the jump scare. It is the fleeing panicked at the sight of something.
Yeah,
It is...
I guess, yeah. Okay.
Which is the aftermath of the terror in all its gory glory.
I knew he was gonna fucking say that.
Let's begin with
gory glory.
Yeah, I knew it.
I had never.
That sounds like a kick-ass firework, dude.
Gory, yeah, honestly,
yeah,
no, it really does.
That's awesome. Yeah.
Why do you need to know this for your games? If you're a keeper in Call of Cthulhu, or really for any role-playing game that's horror-based, you want to know about the 3 stages of fear.
Okay.
Why? Because they're important to any story you create in building tension. Yes. When you create any type of horror role-playing game, when you play it, you want it to have a sense at the beginning that everything's okay, then it slowly builds into a climactic ending. Like this image before you. Looks almost normal, but then
no, it doesn't.
Your mind starts to notice things and you feel a sense of dread.
Yeah, it's the uncanniness. Uncanny Valley. Excuse me. Yeah, that's okay. Yep.
Now, if that very image right before you suddenly opened its mouth and tried to bite you, that would be terror. And the bleeding out of your of the blood pouring out of your arm or whatever would be the lingering aftermath in all its gory glory. So,
would it also not be the combination of the thing that is now alive and there in front of you?
No.
This is assuming it has fled, or you have fled.
Oh, okay. All right. I guess.
Think of it this way.
Yes.
You walk up and you notice a cup of water in the middle of a haunted house.
Oh no! Oh no!
That's dread.
Yeah, that's dread.
Yep, okay.
Because you and I know what's coming because we've already seen this video.
Yes.
And then you drink it, and it's terror at the thought that someone would think to make this a beat of their story. And then and then you walk away and you've still got horror because of having had to experience that. And that is why it's an RPG horror story.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
I'm surprised we had to explain that to you.
Come on. Horror.
Hey man, I've just been running off that for the entire month, okay? Like,
yeah,
same. You kidding me? I've been using it at every available opportunity.
Yeah, like every time
all of my friends have seen that clip.
Good.
All of my coworkers have seen that clip.
Yeah.
I should really show it to more people.
Dude,
It has been like 4 years since then, so you can probably be like, what?
I'm like, what the fuck? What was I on?
God, I hope so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I hope he wouldn't go, yes. Horror.
I mean,
I do know.
Yeah.
Horror.
Right. Yeah.
Anyway, that is why you need this, is because it shows you a very simple way to build an arc. So for dread, it is pre-terror. It's what happens before the big
pre-terror.
Okay. You've done it in the sequential order. So thank you for letting me know that the one that comes first is the one that comes first. I appreciate that.
I'm sorry, but after hearing comparing the glass of cum to terror, and then saying, "Oh, it's pre-terror."
Yeah. Shit.
Oh god.
Especially with the image.
Oh no. Guy, you've ruined the horror videos forever. No.
It's the ghost of Guy. Spooky.
Oh my god.
Oh no.
Every night I hear horror. I don't know. There's a cop.
Are you sure you don't need a glass of water before bed?
No, thank you, Guy. I'm good.
Alright, I'll just leave it over here. You get it if you feel thirsty.
Yeah, I'll leave it by your bedside. But I'm good, Guy, but thank you.
Oh, God. Anyway.
Very long
I love
time.
how many catchphrases we've gone through on this fucking show.
Oh, my God.
I love how many of them Guy makes for us.
Yeah, I was gonna say, he's made, what, 4 at this point? 3?
I know 2 for sure. It was
2,
cut their hands off.
Cut
and
their
then
hands
that.
off.
I don't know, horror.
Yeah, I don't know horror. And then, obviously, the whole cup thing, that is a scenario that he has created for us. So, that's another thing.
It's bits. He's making lots of bits
he's making a lot of bits
Yes.
for us. You're right. Yes, bits is the better
But
word.
like, just so many of the things that like you can only have 2 stories every year.
Oh, yeah.
Like,
Oh, yeah. No.
or no, 2 stories every 100 years. That was it.
Yeah, 100. Yeah. You get 4 or 5 stories.
Well, that was RPG Pundit though.
Oh, I
Yeah,
know.
yeah,
I'm
he's
just
just
saying. I
going
just
through
mean
them.
catchphrases in general.
Yeah.
Oh,
How many we've
all the
acquired.
all the memes.
Once fans make the wiki for us, we'll browse the complete.
Yeah.
Right.
And it might last a very long time. Now, Dread is probably the most of the 3 stages of fear.
I'd agree.
It is powerful in small, but collective doses, showing them little tiny things that set them on guard.
Mm-hmm.
Showing your players that they have something to fear, when in reality it wouldn't really look like they would have much to fear.
Sure.
I agree.
But they'll soon learn otherwise.
Alright, I get it. Yes, you're spooky man. I appreciate the
Why are you so similar to the man 14-year-old me wished to be?
the man that you make in every D&D character that is slightly edgy and
just with a little bit more grease in his hair.
It's honestly way more close to Kage.
Yeah, it's way closer to Cage, honestly.
Oh man, I okay. Anyway,
like this is
By the end,
this is the type of guy to say danced in the moonlight unironically.
Have you ever danced with the devil in the pale moonlight?
No, it tells me he's too creepy.
Have all of the dread building up until the jump scare or the big terrifying thing happens.
Oh,
And that
fog, terrifying.
is when all heck breaks loose.
Oh heck!
Oh,
All HE double hockey sticks.
no. Okay. All right. Don't worry. It's family-friendly horror.
Yeah. You walk down. You walk down the stairs.
No nebulous glasses of water on this channel.
You walk down. You know, never mind.
I just anyway.
Now, terror is the event, the horrifying thing that happens.
Yes.
And a lot of stories, especially in Call of Cthulhu, start after terror, which is a little weird, but then they build back up to terror. So a lot of times you'll have scenarios that start with the horror, start with the aftermath, and then have the players investigate until they discover all the clues. Then they'll continue on as they discover the clues, the sense of dread builds, and then terror comes afterward. So it is also a cycle, which can be
Yes.
reused as many times as necessary.
And it might not be, I mean, yes, it does take place post-horror, but the players don't necessarily know of the extent of the horror until they've done the investigation. Like, they might think it's just a guy who's doing, like, serial killings for a while, and then once they find out, oh, it's maybe not a guy, but many guys that are doing it because they need to summon something, right? And then they get the full extent. So,
and you can even have the scenario wherein the players are alerted of an issue, and then they start to deal with the issue, and then afterwards find out, like, oh, things could have gone way worse. Oh, there was a whole bunch of stuff that we weren't even aware about, and now we have to go back and fix.
Right. Oh yeah. But you're
the oh shit, we got out easy.
There's
and like
more.
Which, depending upon the type of DM you are, may backfire if people think like, oh, you let us out, you let us off the hook easy, Mr. DM man. Like, if you're going to do that, make sure that, like, you have demonstrated in the past that you are the kind of DM that are fine with players dying.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Like, absolutely.
And I feel like I should say this now, considering how you guys have been stomping my shit. I am okay killing you.
I mean, I'd never doubted it for a
moment. I never questioned it.
Yeah.
I figured you would be, because.
Oh, what's that supposed to mean?
Well,
because you're on the
podcast. No, quite literally, it's just because I would imagine that any of us would, like, because it's just like. I expect it out of most DMs.
In a fucking second.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah. No. Absolutely.
Because I know that I've told you multiple times that I have prepped shit in the future that is going to be harder than what you're dealing with.
Absolutely. And I'm just
and that you're facing shit in a vacuum, but I want to make sure that that's known.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
It's very, very, very powerful in the moment. It's fleet. It's a jump scare as the perfect, if it is not the only example of it. It's that.
Is the video like pausing for anybody else and like loading?
No.
Okay, cool. Ha 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 ha. Not me either. Ha ha.
First video did for me.
Oh really? Okay. Well, it's just doing that randomly now, like all throughout. So I don't know.
Throughout.
Shut up.
Out.
S&P, the choice for me.
You are fucking up, bud.
Not the only example of it. It's that 2 seconds when suddenly you realize, oh no, I'm doomed. It's all over.
Okay.
When that hideous face appears from under the bed. And you're attacked by a demon or something, it's very powerful. But as soon as you face it, then you're on to the horror stage. So terror is still...
I love the kind of sporadic transitions between the horror voice and just his regular voice.
Yeah,
it just kind of brings me out of it, but it's just funny.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I get what he's doing. It's just
Anyway. Yeah, it goes hand in hand with dread. And horror is almost its own entity. Now, for stimulating terror in your players, you need to have built up dread. So each of these three things goes together. The three stages of fear all go together. So as you're building dread, that sense of dread throughout the investigation phase of the campaign or the scenario you're playing, you keep going and going and going. Mm-hmm. That will make the terror payoff much greater than if you just started with the scary thing happening to them.
Yes.
When little odd things are happening throughout, like in like Silent Hill or something like that, little strange things until eventually all hell breaks loose.
And he said hell this time.
It's even in the same sentence.
Yeah.
What the hell?
Yeah.
Crazy.
Okay.
Well, you know what? I have known people in my life who swear sporadically and randomly, so
I guess, yeah. It's weird.
It's true.
It's very interesting. Now, finally, horror. Horror is the aftermath. And horror, some have argued, is not actually that strong. I beg to disagree. I think horror is a very strong aspect and a very important aspect of the 3 stages of fear.
Okay.
When you're horrifying your players, you need them to feel disgusted. They need to...
I don't know, horror.
Understand that it's all filled with gore. It's
Bill.
disgusting. It's vile. It's aberrant. All different words Lovecraft would use often. You need to show them that now what are they going to do? Everything's hopeless. People have died. There's body parts flung everywhere. The creature has escaped, and you know that they're going to come back again, which goes right back into dread.
Wait. Oh, okay.
The 3 stages of fear are very important. So...
Thank you. I'm glad to know that the 3 stages of fear are very important. Thank you. When you've said that before.
It's his summary paragraph.
He's not
You tell
done.
the audience what you're gonna tell them. You tell them what you're gonna tell them, and then you tell them what you told them.
Yeah, but he's not at that point yet. He's still telling us about horror. Oh, okay.
Horror.
Definitely recommend amping up the gore factor, or at least the creep scare factor.
Okay.
You need to make them understand the consequences of their actions. That's what the horror phase is.
Sorry.
Every time.
No, it's just not that. It's...
Oh.
You have to learn that there are consequences for your actions.
What are you all gonna learn?
Thank you.
Your actions have consequences.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Sorry.
That's fine.
Is the consequences of what happened. So, 3 stages of fear. Dread, which builds into terror, which explodes and falls back down into horror as they realize the dire consequences of what the players have actually brought about, a lot of times willingly. That's what makes it even scarier.
Okay.
And one of the main things that you have to do as a keeper is not just show insane monsters, but you have to make good monsters. I'm not going to make a whole video about how to make a memorable monster, but for now, that is, in a nutshell, the 3 stages of fear. Very simple way
how to make a good monster.
Yeah, honestly, that might be fun to watch.
I don't know. It's one of those things where I've listened to this and I don't know if I've learned anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought this would
Granted, this may be as a result of the fact that we have spent the last month watching horror videos.
It might be, but also, even so, each of the ones that we've watched, even if they've reiterated a point, it's been, like...
a new take.
Yes, and this is so vague in a way that
yeah,
it's just
I didn't want to say it, but yeah.
Yeah, I wish he had gone into the arguments that people make that horror isn't effective, right? Like, if he had said a few, then I would have had something to latch onto, right? But at this point, I'm just like, You're
essentially just preaching to the choir.
In a way, but it's such a vague way that it's hard not to just go, yes, right?
Yeah.
It's unfortunate. I thought. Anyway, see how it ends, I guess.
It is a fine video.
It's fine. I wouldn't say it's exceptional. I wouldn't say. I would just say that this is something that you don't miss anything if you listen to it for the first bit and then just stop. It's unfortunate because I was hoping like, and I hope that his other stuff is more informational or something. Like it's better, but
I would say in general, while the video was helpful to me to some extent because it made me aware of something I knew but wasn't consciously like aware of, and that was the sort of cycle of, or the sine wave, I guess you could say, of dread, terror, horror.
I guess, yeah.
However, the real complicated part is people refer to that whole wave function as horror.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And
you could just as easily call it dread, terror, fear.
Well, it's like it's such a staple of any kind of story where you start off establishing and then you get to your rising action, and then you get to the conflict or the culmination of all this stuff, and then you get to where it's released, but then it just goes again. It's just like any story.
Yeah, you establish a threat, you show the players that they are right for fearing the threat, and then you have that threat disappear for a time, and then it starts to come back.
Yeah, and I guess my point is, like, that's just, I feel like that's basic storytelling for...
Yeah, there's no need to reinvent the wheel.
Yes, exactly. So, I don't know. Again, maybe more of a take on the actual process would be more beneficial, I would say. But, I mean, it's fine. If there's anything else at the end here, we'll see.
To build a story arc around being scared. A build up to the terror, which then falls back into the aftermath. It's a pretty simple concept. People have written many other things about fear. People have written the stages of getting over fear and stuff, but I felt the 3 stages of fear in the most simplified way would be the best thing for keepers to know. Obviously, you can research as much as you want. Now, if you are new here, please like and subscribe to my channel.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, yeah, sure. Yeah, I mean, maybe I don't know. Do we want to see about another video of his?
I'd be interested to see it.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see. It wasn't on the docket, but fuck it.
The first video is inoffensive.
It's not bad. I wouldn't say it's bad, and I wouldn't say I wouldn't watch.
I was offended by it.
I wouldn't say it's bad, and I wouldn't say that I wouldn't watch his other content. It's just like, I don't know. I just got nothing.
I'm not opposed to watching the content. I would just ask why beforehand.
Yes, exactly. So he said here. I guess I'll search monsters. Monster.
Yeah, memorable monster.
Okay, keeper advice, Call of Cthulhu monster creation. I think that's probably... It's 21 minutes. Okay. Alright, fuck it. This might just be the last video we do today, because I had others planned, but yeah, fuck it. I wanna know how he make a monster.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have made monster.
I have also made monster.
I have also made monster.
I have made many monster.
So yeah, for our third video, let us go into Keeper Advice.
Deathstroke 9 presents again.
Yeah, he presents it. I mean, he is presenting it. I will give him that. He's doing it.
Welcome back, everyone.
Thank you.
Today we're going to be doing a video which is basically a follow-up to my last, which was on creating memorable monsters.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, okay. Wait. Okay, so this isn't the video.
I feel I too.
Hold on. Let me go find creating memorable monsters then, because I thought that this, when I searched monster and this was the first one, I thought this was memorable monsters.
It's not monsters. It's gotta be memorable.
Okay, creating memorable. It's 34 minutes.
Oh,
interesting.
Okay.
All right. Okay.
Well, I mean, we got 2 hours left on the time limit.
Time limit, he says. Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah. We didn't have enough time to discuss the video.
Oh, I would fucking. All right. So, sorry, everyone. It's actually Creating Memorable Monsters Horror Writing Advice by Dexter.
Oh.
Let's watch that one.
Welcome, everyone. Today we're going to be going over how to make a memorable monster in any horror RPG you run.
Okay.
Before we get into it, I just
any
want to
of them,
say,
okay.
if you want to grow as a game master or player, get all the latest tips and tricks,
Start
now by bleeding out the subscribe button till it turns gray and lifeless. Welcome back, everyone, my legion. Now, this video might go on for a little bit longer than normal because this is a very big topic. I'm going to go over 2 major things.
I have to say, much of an improvement to have a face cam instead of pixelated images of like things that are very hard to like make out in a way.
Yeah.
I'm much more of a fan. You have me engaged now.
First,
I'm more into the content.
Well, I just mean in the sense of considering it's a video, like the content is also like the video part is also a part of it in a way.
Yeah, fair.
So,
video is going to be all the important information on how to create any type of memorable monster in any horror RPG. The second ending bit will be based on Call of Cthulhu, and I will tell you how to use how to make a monster using more statistic based ideas. So, to start off, when you're creating a monster, what do you want it to be? So what do we know about monsters in pretty much any horror thing ever made ever? Well, it's pretty simple. They need to be scary. There's a lot more that goes into it than that, but that is the first thing you need to understand that all monsters have in common, is that in order for them to be a true monster, they need to be pretty scary. Now, obviously, there are some non-scary monsters. Take Elmo, for instance. But
I don't know, man. That thing's an eldritch abomination, and you won't convince me otherwise.
Hey, man. Yeah, I've seen it burn down many a home.
Yes, I have seen what Bert and Ernie do for horrible shenanigans.
It has to be scary. Now, when you're creating a monster, the very first question you must ask yourself is, what is it? What is it called?
So the first question after
a name is very important, and you'll notice that strange names are often very useful in horror. Cthulhu, Yog Sothoth. Most slasher films or
he cowards out and doesn't
very
say
well
the
known
other
horror
one.
films. You've got Freddy Krueger.
Which one were you thinking he was going to say?
The one that begins with Shub.
Yeah.
A lot of them have twists, so they start normal and then end weird. Jason, they just all got interesting.
Oh god, it's doing the thing. Hang on.
Horror films, you've got Freddy Krueger. A lot of them have a twist, so they start normal and then end weird. Jason Vanderhees,
sorry,
Voorhees.
Vanderhees.
Whoa. Okay, yeah, because
So
like
at first I thought I was just like wrong. I was like, I always thought it was Voorhees, but
No.
Alejo's not having a stroke, so it must be.
It skipped over it for me.
I heard it the first time, and I knew it was Voorhees, but then I was like, Alejo's not saying anything.
Exactly. He's not having a stroke.
Right, yeah, sorry. I apologize. Again, it was doing the thing.
Yeah, no, I wasn't loading.
Yeah, it just skipped over it, so I was like, okay.
I'm glad I'm not crazy.
No, sorry to give you that moment of terror there.
Yeah, that was terror.
That was terror.
Something fucking weird happening.
Jesus. Anyway.
They just all they've got a very interesting name. And that's pretty important. You need a good name.
Okay.
Second, you need to know what describes your monster.
Excuse me.
And remember, this is general beginning things you need to get into before you start digging deeper into the psyche of your players and how to get them to actually fear this thing. So you need to know, what does it look like? What does it sound, smell, even feel like? You need to understand your monster so well that you know what it does every day. You need to know where it comes from. Does it come from a planet far in outer space? Is it a normal person that has turned psycho killer? Because as you know, Call of Cthulhu can be used to stimulate pretty much any horror system. And then if you're using something like Dread, or there's a ton of different horror RPG systems. So depending on what you're using, you need to know where your monster came from. And a lot of times monsters can be made more memorable by making them more human. And that might sound a little weird, but take some of the most well-known monsters, you know, Jason Vanderhees.
God damn it again. No. He's not that memorable if you can't get his
very
fucking last name.
Very well-known monster, Vanderhees.
Not that memorable, apparently.
Jeffrey Dahmerman.
Oh, he's a Digimon now, is he?
Ted Bunsen.
Yeah. The Burner, Bunsen, they called him.
Yep. A well-known monster.
Let's also not forget when that guy went crazy and shot up his job at the UPS.
Okay.
I don't know the name of the guy who went postal, but
I don't
like they call it going postal because the guy shot up his job at the US.
It's true.
Yes.
It's true.
Oh,
and now I just love the idea of killers that are close but not quite.
Yeah.
So
Freddy Ruger.
and his distant Nazi cousin, Freddy Luger.
So just to go back a bit on what he said, having them be from a place, he said it was depending on the setting. I think honestly, and we've talked about it a bit, you know, you blend settings together in a way, you know, just take something and make, like, it might feel weird to use something. It doesn't though. I don't think, in the sense of, if you use something from, I suppose, outer space, in D&D, in COC, in Pathfinder, in any kind of role-playing game, I feel like it would still feel fine, you know? It would still work.
Like, the Quellant in Pathfinder is an alien.
Yep.
Mind flayers are heavily suspected to be aliens, too.
Yeah, that, and, I think, and obviously everything in Call of Cthulhu mostly, is an alien. So, yeah, I mean, so I don't think setting is dependent on where it comes from. It's just, what do you want to have it be from, you know?
Yeah, where do you want it to be from? Do you want it to be an alien? Do you want it to be something terrestrial, like an actual, like an Earth monster?
Something like deep sea that has been dredged up from the depths.
Yeah! That, and, like, there's also, classic, 50s movies had the nuclear threat of all the big monsters were just big fucking ants or big fucking, you know, all that kind of stuff that was because of testing, you know. You can make it any kind of origin. It's just, you know, how you use it, I guess.
I would say so far it's a minor disagreement, and I think it just comes down to people create monsters differently. Like, we all have our own unique processes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Personally speaking, I think of the name after I thought of its abilities.
No, names are usually the thing that I think of last, right? Because it's just, it doesn't really matter as much.
Because I base the name usually off its abilities.
Yes, exactly.
The bone plate detonator.
Yeah.
Like, pretty much tells you what it does.
Yeah. And I mean, the other thing is, the players might not ever know what the thing's name is.
Yeah, exactly.
So what does it matter, right? In the grand scheme, unless it's something like Call of Cthulhu, or any TTRPG where it is being summoned and it is written somewhere, right? Like, or they have to say what it is somehow in a chant, you know. Quite literally, it's just, if it's just some thing that was made, you know, it's just that it was a thing. And whatever they use to describe it is what it was. It's not named.
Yeah.
Stein's monster, Dracula, those are not aliens from outer space. Now, obviously, for Call of Cthulhu, things like Cthulhu, the entire idea behind them is that they are not human, and that's what makes them scary, which goes into the fact that Lovecraft was extremely xenophobic. So, which might not scare everyone. So one thing to do when you're making those type of scenarios is also have a cult. One of the things Lovecraft does constantly is have cults. And cults are run by normal people. Maybe they're not, they're insane.
Normal
some
people.
Of them have
Human people.
Or some of them have been blessed by their gods or monsters. But they're still human. And using that, you can add in the human aspect. Because, let's face it, people like to think they're the good guys in general. Ask anyone. They don't think of themselves as the bad guys.
Don't ask me then, I guess. Don't think I'm a good guy.
You should know even the Joker, right? You've got the Joker from, and obviously this is a fake person, but the Joker thinks he's doing the right thing. In any version of the Joker you've got, he always thinks he's doing the right thing.
No, the Joker's usually pretty unabashedly evil.
Yeah, it is. He's like, I find it funny.
Yeah,
like,
it's quite literally he's doing it.
He doesn't think he's a good guy. He would think of himself as neutral at best.
Yeah, absolutely. He doesn't view his actions as good or bad. He views them as what he wants to do. Chaotic neutral to a T, I would say.
Yes. And honestly, if you want to use this kind of a comparison to a comic book character, the better example would be Doctor Doom.
Yes.
Where he actually believes what he is doing is correct.
But to be fair, like, he is correct in some cases, right?
Yeah, no, he is. I know.
I know. He's a great ruler. All his people, they love him.
He actually fucking does it right.
Yeah, no, exactly. So, but no, yeah, you're absolutely right. That is definitely, like, a lawful evil character, I feel, can very much be that character that is, they view what they do is right.
Yeah.
I would disagree on one thing you said earlier, and that is I do believe Joker would be chaotic evil.
I meant like his view of himself is chaotic neutral, right? He is chaotic evil. Sorry.
It really doesn't matter that he's not, because he thinks that he is. No bad guy ever thinks they're the good guy. So humans, as a whole, like to think of themselves as good guys. That's a generalization, but in general, yeah. Right. So when you see something of yourself in the monster, that's when it gets terrifying. When a monster personifies, like when Dracula ends up personifying lust, you know, for anything really. When Frankenstein's monster ends up personifying being ostracized and then wanting revenge. It's very clear how all these famous writers have constantly created monsters that had a human element in them to make you connect with the monster, which scares you more because you see something of yourself in it.
Yeah,
it is an astute observation. Yeah,
no, absolutely. It's very good because, like, if you see, say, there's a cultist who is like, you find out who he was, and you knew the guy, right? And he worked a 9 to 5 just like you did, you know, and you start then seeing how if things had turned out different, like just slight things had turned out differently for your life, you might have ended up the same way. Like something like that. It's just like,
it's the one bad day approach.
Exactly. Yes. And it's just like, oh fuck.
Which, granted, I think that the one bad day approach is itself quite overused.
It can be. Yes.
It's
don't
good.
disagree.
It's good.
Yes.
But like
a certain quote.
Like a certain quote.
But yeah, I would say your mileage may vary though on this whole like make the cultist be someone that they know.
Well, obviously it doesn't have to be that. It can be somebody that they recognize in a way, you know.
Cause like I had
a friend who was a cultist.
Oh.
Same.
No, I had a cult I led once.
Oh, you know that explains some things.
What?
What? Some things. Only some things.
So, what I was gonna say was in my campaign, there was a group. They were trying to infiltrate a lab that was being run by a mixture of like cultists and some more like arcane scientists than anything else.
Yeah.
And they managed to like pass multiple persuasion and deception checks with flying colors.
Nice.
And convinced one of the guys that they were talking to who was working in this lab that they were like, it was their first day, and he's like, oh, okay, well, like, you know, welcome aboard, yada yada. As it is, like, my shift here is over, so I'm going home to the kids. Have a good evening. And they're like, oh yeah, okay. And he walked out into the tunnel that they used as an entrance, where they had actually fought the bone plate detonator like 10 minutes beforehand. And they're like, we cannot let him see that. So the druid wild shaped into a direwolf, and there were like these two zones where like no sound could get through.
Okay.
And stalked him until he got to that sound where like that area where there was no sound, and ripped his throat out.
Okay.
Oh.
And he was just a dude doing his job.
Just a dude. They when they were going through the barracks, because everyone who worked there also had like a room that they could stay in if they were like working overnight or something. They found there was a letter for someone who was getting engaged.
Yep.
And then they also found divorce papers in another one. And they're like, oh, that dude we killed, and they put it together that the dude that they killed was a single father of two.
Yep.
Oh.
Yep. Fair. Yep. Happens.
Rip.
And like he was working there because he could get good money.
Yeah, no, it makes sense. Yeah. You gotta provide for your family.
He had to do fucking evil. Fucking heresy.
It was more like, hey, like, what sort of rocks can we get to be magically like atomically smooth?
Oh,
he was doing work that isn't horrific, but it was being used for evil.
There was a lab that was like making various potions and like some
elixirs.
Poisons and elixirs. Yeah, like one of the groups is like, hey, I need a lubricant that does something like this, and they're like, okay, I'll have something for you by the end of the week.
I'll go talk to your mom.
Yeah.
Ooh, wow.
And boy, someone's edgy tonight. And
my work week is over, dude. I'm in a good mood.
He gets edgy when he's in a good mood. Wow.
Yeah, weird. Anyway. But like, yeah, no, but your mileage may vary.
Yeah, absolutely. That's
after they found out. Don't get me wrong; they felt bad.
Right?
They're
no,
like, "Oh, well, you know, couldn't have him seeing the body of the bone plate detonator, so
it's the only way."
Unlucky for him. And I'm like, "Yeah, dude, world's not fair."
Yeah, no, exactly. It's are we the baddies?
Yeah.
Oh.
Anyway, you also should, when you go to make a monster, you should ask yourself, what are people, because...
Okay, wait, it's doing the thing. Hold on.
monster, which scares you more because you see something of yourself in it. Anyway, you also should, when you go to make a monster, you should ask yourself, what are people afraid of? Because a giant spider or a giant snake is scary. People have arachnophobia. That's one of the most one of the most well-known phobias of all time.
Sure.
Claustrophobia. Maybe not for a monster, but having
you could.
In the situation where you're encountering it, yes,
it can be very scary.
Claustrophobia with a monster is what we call phagophobia, the fear of being eaten.
Yeah.
And again, your
phagophobia.
Phagophobia. But again, like I said, your mileage may vary depending on player.
Exactly. Yeah.
It's like, oh well, the slime starts to eat you, and the player just goes hot, and you go, wait, no.
Oh god.
It's the classic thing where you have the fucking cursed shield, and when you hit it says, "Oh, harder, daddy."
Yeah.
And then you fucking it's the shield.
I gotta work out the kinks
because no one wants to fucking hit you.
Yeah.
Dude, I still love my absolute favorite one was hey, is that sword I ordered ready? Yeah. And the blacksmith's like, just gotta work a few kinks out of it. Yep. And then the sword goes, I like feet, and the blacksmith goes, shut up.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah.
Monster, but character stuck in a room where the walls are closing in can be very scary. Go into a bout of madness and have them think the walls are closing in.
Pausing of the video.
Of madness and have them think the walls are closing in. But anyway, you should ask of when you're going to make a monster. Moving on, you need to figure out what the audience knows about the monster. And this is very important because you don't want them to know too much.
Right.
Monsters can and should be outside of our control.
Yes.
Completely beyond our control. Humans love to control things. We are all control freaks.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
We try to control our relationships. We try to control our jobs. We try to control our underlings. We try to control our siblings. We try to control everything, everybody, everyone, every aspect of your life. You try to control.
Yeah.
When a monster is completely beyond your control, when the guy in Dagon is sitting and run out of drugs to make him forget about.
Ooh, now I'm triggered.
Dagon. Really? Dagon? Have you never heard anyone? Ever?
Well, granted.
Yeah.
Having only ever read a word can give you some weird pronunciations.
No, I agree. I'm just saying, have you never heard anyone ever say Dagon?
I've never heard anyone approach that conclusion.
Many words are similar in structure that are pronounced with a gon at the end, so I would think logically you would go Dagon before Dagon.
Sorry,
Dagon. Sorry, you're right. You're Dagon. Sorry, Dagon.
Yeah.
Might be accent, maybe? I don't know. Regional?
Go and, for breakfast, do you have some pancakes and bacon?
I said there are many words that are similar, right? Yeah. So it's just, I don't. How?
I don't know.
Whatever.
Very strange.
Outside our purview.
Yeah, it's true.
We are here to critique RPG takes, not art not fucking grammar or pronunciations.
I mean, it's still something to bring up.
It's still something to bring up, but not something to dwell on.
No, yeah.
Drugs to forget about the experience he had, and then.
Oh, sorry. There was a whole point that I was going to make. Just the word threw me off. So, he's talking about how they should be out of our control, and I agree to a point. There is a example that I have of watching a actual play of Call of Cthulhu long while ago. And in it, they had to stop a summoned. It was a hound-like creature, but I don't know if it was anything.
Where was it?
I don't. It was just in a random like setting kind of thing. I don't remember.
Oh, okay.
But it I don't think it was specifically anything. It might have been. I don't know. But it was killing people, and the investigators basically found the ritual to control it. And so they did. And because there was a second one that was being summoned, there was one that was being summoned, and they figured out the ritual to summon another one, right?
Yeah.
And so they used that one to kill the first one, and then it would just go away, right? But and my point here is that they controlled it, but they didn't foresee that it went through everyone to get to the thing. It killed everyone in the way. Like everybody they were trying to save, basically, fucking dead. Fucking gone. And so that's how you give them that feeling of control, right? That they found this way. Right, yeah. They found this way to summon the thing and actually end it with its own power, but then they realize, they really only have it's like the wish from a genie, right? You have to be as specific as possible, because otherwise you get fucked over. And so it's just like, you summon this thing and it'll do what you want it to do, but it'll do
anything it can to do it.
It'll do it in its way, and you have no control ultimately over what it'll do between what it does between you summoning it and what you want it to do.
Yes.
It also gives the feeling of the realization of the people who were controlling the other one were probably doing a way better job at restraining it than we did.
Yes. Yeah, there's also that they are much better at this than we are, and that's a thing in itself. Yeah. People people out there exist who are better at this than us, and that's both kind of reassuring but also terrifying.
Coming into his room and he just jumps out the window. That's him continuing to try and control his life to the point of suicide, But he can't. He's being followed by what he perceives to be this creature. He can't control it. When a monster's beyond your control, it makes it so much scarier. Imagination makes monsters scarier. That is very important. That is essential.
Okay, whoa.
Essential.
Okay.
You must understand.
Thank you.
That a monster becomes much more scary when your player fills in the blanks with their own fears.
Yes.
Because what scares you might not scare everyone.
Yes.
Right?
Let them scare themselves.
And even what scares everyone might not scare certain people. So when you describe a monster, you should never describe the entire monster. Sorry, I've written down a lot of this stuff. So the monster needs to be unfamiliar. You should not fully reveal or describe them until the end. And sometimes not even then, because that can leave a lingering sense of fear after the game is finished. There should be no % chance that the players can kill the monster immediately. They need to be unknowable, beyond your control, and you should not describe them completely. And you can see that pretty much any good horror movie, any good horror book, no matter what it is, it's not going to describe it for you. A perfect example of this is actually in a song called Call of Cthulhu, or Cthulhu, however Metallica wants to pronounce it, by Metallica. That song has no words. There are no lyrics to that song. The whole song is a melody.
Okay.
A haunting, scary melody
Cthulhu
about
that
Cthulhu.
It's just a melody.
It inspires
My dad loves that song. He knows nothing about Cthulhu, and yet he got the idea behind the cosmic horror or whatever, and the evil within it, and the unknown quality of it from hearing that song, even though he did not know who Cthulhu was. He'd never heard of Cthulhu. He'd never heard of H.P. Lovecraft. He listened to that song years ago, and only now does he know. When I started getting into it, I'm like, hey, Cthulhu is Cthulhu. Metallica has multiple songs that have to do with H.P. Lovecraft stuff. Mm-hmm. But that's a perfect example of so it's taking show don't tell a step further. So that's a very famous thing when you're writing and when you're making really anything you want to show, not tell. You don't want to write this place is scary. You want to say it's a haunted mansion as you're walking up.
Okay, so wait a minute.
Okay.
Hang on.
Yeah.
So he had this earlier. He had the bit where you don't describe it, right? Because you don't want to describe it. You want to let the imagination run.
Yes.
And now it's a show don't tell.
Yeah.
That's a little bit contradictory.
It is, and I understand what he means. Like you can do show don't tell in such a way that you show the effects of the creature without telling exactly what it is, right? Like that I if and I assume that's what he's going into as well, of like that's the whole reason that he's on show don't tell now. The other thing, though, that I would say, because he said before that there should be no chance that the people can destroy it immediately. I don't necessarily agree or disagree. I have a couple of so it depends, right?
It depends on what you're fighting. It depends on what the monster is.
That, and also it depends on the situation of the players, right? Because potentially they could go out of order in a way, right? Where they find the thing to defeat the monster before encountering the monster.
Exactly.
And so once they encounter it, they might not understand that it is like the thing that is needed to defeat the monster or whatever it's weak to, but they could still find a way to use it and potentially destroy it without fully understanding what it was. So, and I know that it's hard to, I guess it's hard to control what your players are going to be doing. Well, it's not entirely hard, but it is definitely hard to control what they're going to think to do. And if you're allowing them, as you really in any situation, just allowing them to be creative so that they go and find this place beforehand and find the things and then maybe piece it together beforehand. I don't know. Like that, I would be like, yeah, and then you see this thing that is in this, you see signs of this thing, and then they go, okay, once we see it, we kill it, right? And they haven't even encountered the monster yet. So I don't know. It's I feel like it's situational, very much. Just depending, again, situational. I don't know.
Walk up the stairs and zombies are groaning and moaning and stuff, and you hear screeching violins in the background, blah 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 blah.
No, okay. Well, if you start describing that they hear screeching violins in the background, like that place better have some possessed violins. Right.
Dude,
that'd be cool.
Which honestly,
that'd
not
be cool.
opposed to.
No,
but...
absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely.
No, like seriously, dude, I want to fucking have a fencing match with a fucking violin bow.
Oh hell yeah! Oh, that'd be cool.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just meant in the sense of like you're trying to describe it like a movie scene, and just have it be like, you basically hear that in the back of your mind, and I'm just like,
no,
I don't want to.
In the basement and stuff, and you hear screeching violins in the background, blah 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 blah. It's all dark and there's cobwebs. That's way better than you walk into the house. It's scary. You show don't tell. This is taking it a step further.
That's pretty funny to do in a D&D campaign where you're not taking it too seriously.
That's way.
It's scary.
Yeah, no, absolutely. That's definitely.
You walk in the volcano and it's fucking hot.
Yeah, we've jokingly done shit like that in many a time, right? Like it's just you're going around, and it's especially when it's in that moment of everybody's kind of laughing about shit, and you're just like, and you're going, and it's just creepy.
It's a volcano, dude.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, right.
It's the ice water that you just like. You literally are at the North Pole. Like, yes, it's cold.
Yeah. You fucking go to a party and it's like full of swank.
Yeah,
whatever that means.
Yeah.
Way better You walk into the house, it's scary. You show, don't tell. This is taking it a step further by show suggestively, not too much. Show a very tiny
horror.
bit. When you create any type of monster and you introduce them to your campaign, you do not want the players to know anything about them. And when they know about them, they see little tiny glimpses. Another perfect example, because this is a very important point, so I'm trying to give you as many examples as I can.
Please.
Signs
I appreciate
by
this.
M. Night Shyamalan. Right?
Signs,
that
okay.
movie, and I mean, I'm not going to spoil. I probably actually will spoil it because I want to reference them again later.
Yeah,
so,
do it.
Spoiler alert for Signs if you haven't seen it. But
I appreciate the tone he took with it.
Yeah, right?
Because it is quite old at this point.
in that movie from outer space that are making these, it doesn't really matter what they're doing.
Yes.
You don't see them. They're there, and you know they're there. And the music and the reactions, everything lets you know they're there.
Sure, yeah.
But you don't see them. For the first hour of the movie, you don't see them. Then the main guy goes into a cornfield, and he's looking around with a flashlight in the middle of the night. And it's a super long, drawn-out, tense, almost chase scene, which starts as slow. Then he starts running all over the place. Finally, he catches the smallest glimpse, and you see a leg. It's not even really a leg. It almost blends in perfectly with the tree stump, but it's just this one. It's a long stick-like thing that is already inside. Like, you see it for 2 seconds, blink and you miss it.
Sure.
You have to pause it and go back and be like, "What the heck?" You don't see it. At the end, nearing the end of the movie, there's a part where they're looking at a news report.
There you go.
And
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. I was gonna.
But it's all
and Meryl
glitchy.
pauses it.
So they still don't really see
Yeah,
it.
they like tape it, and then he goes through it and just keeps watching it over and over and pauses it right on it.
Yeah.
And I'm like, yes, this is perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, and that is what you do too.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Honestly, a lot of people. I think Signs is beloved. I think.
Yeah, no, it is.
I like it.
Yeah, no, I think many people do, and I honestly think it's really.
It was
really well
before
done.
Shamamalama went batshit.
Yes, yes, it is. I agree.
Give me 1 moment. I'm gonna mute myself real quick. I'll still be listening into the call, but I'm starving, and I'm just gonna grab a piece of chicken.
Oh yeah, go for it.
Okay.
Yeah. You get your poultry.
In the background. Then at the very end of the movie, they axe them.
Yep.
And you still don't see it. They see it. Audience still doesn't. You see it in the reflections of things.
No, you get a pretty good
see
view of it.
Yeah, I was gonna say
it.
you see it pretty well. I think he's gonna get to the point where you see it fully. That's what he's getting to. Hope.
Still doesn't. You see it in the reflections of things.
Because this does have. I remember those.
You see its legs. You see it for like 2 seconds, but you never see it. And that's probably to show. That's probably to hide the terrible CGI effects.
It's not great. You're right, but
still, it's a very, very, very good example of how to build fear and horror in the minds of your players.
Okay, no,
as opposed to.
Yeah, no. So he doesn't actually talk about it. No, there is a full. It's holding the boy.
Yeah,
like,
you see it.
You see it.
I've never seen the movie, and I've seen the alien from Signs.
Yeah, exactly. It is very, very visible. It's not it's not quick. It is lingered on for a good enough time for you to know and understand it. There's also before that, there's also that nice shot of it on the barn. There's a moment of seeing it silhouetted against like the moon, I think, or at least the sky in general.
Moonlight.
And in the moonlight. And but no, it's just there. Like, it is a blink and you miss it moment because it's just passing by the scenery of it, and it's just hanging out on the barn. And it's just like, oh fuck, if you notice it, but if you don't notice it,
shit.
right? But no, you see, because it's the whole point, because he sprays the thing in the kid's face, and then they hit the water and it goes all over the alien, and then the alien go, ah!
The alien like, no, I don't like your fucking Deer Park water.
Yeah, and then
Trash.
and then it die.
Fucking swamp water.
Yeah.
So, do you think the water from Flint would be more or less effective at fighting the alien?
Absolutely more.
The water from what?
Flint.
From Flint, Michigan.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, more.
Also
Yes.
Florida.
It does poison damage in addition to
Yes.
acid. Yeah.
Exactly.
Just telling them, oh, it's gory, because gore by itself is not scary. Some of the
Sorry,
movies that are classified...
how did we get to this point? Sorry, gore?
I don't know.
Go back. Sorry, hold on. It might have skipped for me.
As opposed to just telling them, oh, it's gory, because gore by itself is not scary. Some of the
so we're just on
movies
gore
that
now.
are classified as freaking gornos, you know.
Gorno. I've never heard that one.
More on me.
Gore fest. Every time I've heard.
Or Splatter.
Splatterhouse. Yeah, Splatterhouse as well.
I have never heard of Gorno.
Gorno.
I really like it.
I love
Wow.
it. It's new.
Yeah.
Damn.
Interesting.
Like, super into it.
Yeah.
Not that way. But
I mean, it is one of those. There's a.
yeah, there is. But it's not me. But I love the
They're
title.
not really that scary. They're kind of like, ugh. But they terrify us because they're not real. At all.
Neither are aliens,
You know?
though.
Yeah.
But then a movie like M. Night Shyamalan Science.
Statistically.
Right, statistically, they are more likely to exist. Yes, but at the current moment, in the current context, like any of the other horror tropes are not real. So,
yeah.
Movies as well. I'm trying to think of another example.
Please, I enjoy this.
There are a bunch of... I can't think of another example right off the top of my head. But
Fair enough.
There are a lot of different examples of showing, not telling being much better than just starting off with a bunch of gore and explaining every little detail.
Yes.
Counterpoint.
Okay.
Prometheus.
Prometheus.
That movie neither shows nor tells anything.
And it's still terrifyingly bad.
So it does technically show a lot of things, but not necessarily things that make it so you understand. Anyway.
Starting gore and explaining every little detail. Monsters should, however, have a disturbing capacity for violence. When you create your monsters, they are going to be motivated by something. That brings it back to my video on insanity, which you can check out. I'm going to put it somewhere in this video.
Oh my goodness, we have so much of a rabbit hole to go down, man.
Yeah.
I'm excited, actually. Like, genuinely, I think this is a much better video than the one that we covered.
Yeah, no, it is.
Like,
oh yeah, no, this video is pretty decent.
Yeah,
actually.
yeah.
I would say slight critique on the monsters should have a propensity for violence.
Yeah, I don't agree with it necessarily.
They can also be really effective if the monster inspires violence in others.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yeah.
Agreed. Something like what Dead Space does with the marker, right?
Yes.
Before it turns things into, well, even when it turns things into big flesh things, it's So
now a thing that it's the same concept but a different. I'm trying to think of how to say it. It's the same but different.
Okay.
In Supernatural,
yes,
when the Four Horsemen started showing up,
yes,
when war was there in that town,
yeah,
that I dug the hell out of that. Where you have this monster, and it's not so much that obviously he was doing it with his power, but it made me think. Otherwise, before we knew it was war, you have this monster where it's less about it actually creating the violence in other people, and more people knowing there's a monster around and then becoming terrified and violent because of it.
Yeah.
More kind of like The Thing, really.
Yeah, definitely.
That's a better example with the paranoia and everybody turning on each other.
Paranoia.
That's
definitely
a scary situation, especially if you're trapped there.
Yes. Isolation plus paranoia equals much violence.
There's even a whole episode of The Twilight Zone about this very thing, wherein people are alerted that there are like body snatcher aliens around.
Oh.
And people start holing up in their houses with a shotgun trained on the door at all times.
Yeah.
Until eventually people get sick of staying inside and start going outside, and people think that they're the body snatchers, and it results in like a huge shootout in the town.
Hell yeah.
That sounds familiar.
And most of the town wipes itself out, and it zooms out to like a nearby hill that's overlooking the town, and it's two aliens, and they're like, it's a shame that we act this way. I guess they're not ready to meet us yet. And then they get back in their ship and leave.
Oh, dude.
Yeah.
Fucking
that
old.
Twilight
Zone.
That sounds familiar. Sounds like
Good shit.
Oh yeah, 2020.
No, I was gonna
say. Yeah, no.
Where the lizard people stay woke.
It's
yes.
God damn it. No, dude, old Twilight Zone. Good shit. Ugh.
Yeah, right.
Remember when they...
that episode. It was a great fucking episode.
Remember when they were redoing it and nobody talked about it because it wasn't good?
Yeah.
Cards or whatever.
I remember.
The capacity for violence that a monster has is in direct correlation to its motives. What are your monster's motives? You need to understand that. In The Color Out of Space, a creature comes out of the sky, you know, and it's a color, and it goes into the water and corrupts everything around it, and then drains the life out of it because it's feeding.
Yep.
Yeah.
Very unique Lovecraft story, but it's motivated. The players may not understand what the motivations are because the creature is supposed to be unknowable to human beings, but you're just being lazy if you're just making a monster do whatever without any real motivations just because you're like, well, they're not supposed to be explainable. You need to know. As the keeper, as the game master, you need to know.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
What are your character's motivations?
Something a lot of people tend to ignore.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
It's fucking... Dude.
Dude, of all of the videos that we've seen, how many subs is this guy at?
He's at like 500 and something. 537, I think it was.
Of all of the videos that we've seen, from people that have like 6 or 7 times this guy's sub count, and not a single person fucking mentions it.
Yeah, no, you're right, actually. And we didn't even mention it at all because nobody talked about it. Like,
nobody ever brings it up.
Yeah,
but yeah, it is something necessary.
Never mentioned the monster motive.
Yeah, no.
We mentioned villain motives.
Yes, yeah.
Yes.
Which is similar, but it's not the same.
Well, here's the thing, though. We've talked about villain motives. There's only one: fear.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, it is. It is only fear.
And as someone who
the color out of space was just afraid of going hungry.
God damn it! No, it was afraid of dying.
Yeah, feared starvation.
Yeah, feared. God damn
it. So, as somebody who is writing a Call of Cthulhu campaign at the moment, I can attest to the temptation to want to be like, they're never going to learn. Like,
right.
Because it is an unknowable thing. They're never going to learn. What's the point?
Yeah.
But it just feels wrong.
Yeah, it's definitely a cop out, right? Like,
yeah, it's a cop out, and it feels like I'm doing myself a disservice as a writer.
I agree. Yeah. Yeah. If you were to do that, yeah.
Yeah, because I know that I can do better than that, and I want to do better than that. Because the thing is, the chance that you will ever learn the monster's motivation is low, but it's not zero.
Yeah, no, it's not impossible.
So when you do learn it, I want to be able to whip out that fucking handwritten journal and splay it out on the table in front of you, and you read the fucking transcripts of the fucking like cult's communications. You're like, oh god, they could have done this.
Yeah, totally.
And that's why, like, I always make sure that every weird and fucked up monster in my world, like, always has a reason to exist.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like,
because its reason for its existence will oftentimes inform its motivation.
And the other thing is that this translates to everything else, like any aspect of your writing. It doesn't have to be just the monsters, right? Like this is good for you to do for something that is maybe sometimes just a feral kind of thing, right? But it can then translate over to when you do something more intelligent, or then you go into your villains, and then you go into other characters. Like literally every aspect of your creation of people. Or beings that are sentient, like it can help, or non-sentient even, like, or sorry, sapient. That's the word. So,
and
oh God, let's not do that discussion again.
You
we've already covered it.
Do arrive sometimes at the position where knowing its motives can help you.
Yes.
Between either determining its powers or what its next move would be if it manages to evade the players and it's wounded. You're like, okay, it has a cave here because it left here and it's going this way because this.
Yeah.
Like, it can very much having extra information won't harm you.
No, it'll only help.
It will only help you to sort of arrive at that next step if things go awry, which they invariably do. Granted, you can over prepare and like spend time determining things about your creature that truly are not relevant.
But again, I mean, it's not like it's gonna hurt you overall. It'll just maybe take away your time.
It'll never hurt you, but it will indirectly hurt you by keeping you from preparing other things better.
Yeah, it could very well. Oh fuck, I keep fucking trying to click the play button and it does the thing. Okay, there we go.
Motivations. Sorry, your monsters' motivations. Your characters too, though. Any players watching this, make sure you know your character's motivations. Anyway, another thing, and I've already really touched on this, but monsters are supposed to be unpredictable. While you know their motives, the players don't.
Okay. Okay. So he's going into the thing. Sorry.
Okay.
Players can learn them.
Yeah.
They will try doing all different types of things to get what they want. Yeah. So.
Oh. Okay. Well. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
I guess,
depends on the monster.
Yeah.
You can have monsters that are these horrifying things that are simple.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know, as D&D as an example, hill giants.
Yes.
They're very strong. They're very dangerous. They can wipe out whole villages if they, if like two of them attack. But that hill giants are really only after two things: food and more food.
Yeah.
And that's pretty much it.
Yeah.
So you can easily lay a trap for a hill giant. If you have a whole bunch of food available, you can easily lay a trap, and that is very predictable.
And there could be somebody out there who goes, well, a hill giant isn't a horror. Well, you can make it a horror monster, right? Like,
you absolutely can.
Like it's not easy to make. Sorry, it's not hard to make anything into a horror monster. It just depends on how you present it and such.
And so
how much work you're willing to put in.
Exactly.
And as a counter to that, let's move into a Call of Cthulhu monster.
Yes.
A ghoul.
Yeah.
A ghoul is like this weird, large, cannibalistic dog human thing.
Yeah.
They're real bad. And they typically stalk like graveyards and tombs and crypts, and they dig tunnels and stuff. They have warrens. So if you see a ghoul, you know that it probably if you see it, they inhabit areas that are known to have like corpses and stuff, because they typically eat corpses.
Yeah.
So if you see a ghoul near a graveyard, you can be pretty damn sure that it's going to be living either in or around that graveyard. If you like, not the characters, the players.
Even so, I would actually say that that's relying on knowledge that maybe it's not common.
It's true,
not as common.
But I mean, what I'm saying is that is a predictable monster, though.
Yeah. Yes. Once you start to, if you were to do research on it, you could find out that it is quite literally that is where it lives, feeds, all that kind of stuff. Like I agree with you in the sense of if you have a monster that is quite literally predictable in the sense of how it hunts, how it lives, like they can find that out, and that's how they beat it, you know. Absolutely.
And obviously not all monsters are like that, and you don't want to have that normalcy in monsters, but there are very effective classic Call of Cthulhu horror monsters that are very predictable.
Yes, I agree. Usually things that are more intelligent have more unpredictability because they quite literally have the ability to be. They are driven by instinct, you know.
Aghast, one might also mention.
Aghast is another one. I just felt like going for Ghoul because it's more common.
Yeah, that's fair. But yeah.
There should be a 0% chance that the characters can ever kill the monster in one hit.
Again,
but the monster should be powerful enough.
I agree.
To one-shot kill the players.
No.
Here we go again.
Okay, yeah. No. So we've covered this before. It doesn't need to.
Yeah, it really doesn't.
It can feel that way. It can appear that way. It can definitely make them think that way.
It can hit hard.
Yeah, absolutely.
It should hit hard.
But it doesn't have to necessarily one-shot everything. Like, that's just weird. You know?
And, you can also easily make a monster that is a literal wall of flesh termites, each of which only each attack only deals 1 damage, but how are you gonna fucking stop it, dude?
Yeah, absolutely.
No, you're not.
Yeah, you
have that slowly approaching inescapable danger then.
Yeah.
So no.
No.
But it should be powerful enough to do that.
No.
And you gotta look at the strength of a monster. That's very important. You need to know its strengths and you need to know its weakness.
I agree.
So you'll look at let me think. So Freddy Krueger can, manipulate dreams and make them real, right?
Yeah. Yes.
So he goes into your dreams or whatever, and then he'll kill you in the dream, and then you're dead in real life or something like that. That's his power.
Yes.
You know.
Also a wicked right hook.
Jason or whatever is super strong, right? And he can, just snap someone's neck just by closing his wrist around their neck, and then their head goes flying and stuff. They are.
Your wrists open.
They've got strengths. Cthulhu, and in H.P. Lovecraft's horror in general, his monsters have a lot of strengths.
Yeah.
And a lot of times their strengths are unbeknownst to them, right? So so you think of Azathoth, right?
Hey, you said it right.
The giant star, the demon sultan, I think is what Lovecraft calls him. When you look at how it's a star, right? It's a burning flame.
No, wait a minute. No, it's not. That's Cthulhu.
I was gonna say Azathoth is the blind idiot god.
Yeah.
Wait.
You're right.
But Cthulhu is the star god.
Right. Yeah.
I know what he's saying.
He's the nothingness, right?
Azathoth is the seething nuclear chaos at the center of all creation.
Yeah.
Yes, but that's not. I think he's saying Azathoth, and he has described him as the demon sultan. So he means Azathoth, but he's talking about Cthulhu.
I guess. Yeah, we'll just have to see what else he says about it.
Because Cthulhu is literally a star.
Yeah. I just
give me a moment. I'll be right back.
Oh, okay.
I thought you were going to try to prove me wrong, and I'm like, you ain't got to do it, boy.
Yes, yeah.
I am returned.
Welcome back. He is returned. He is returned, and so are we. Shall we continue?
Yep.
What Lovecraft calls him. When you look at how it's a star, right? It's a burning flame. It's a giant burning flame. If a investigator tries to summon Azathoth to them, Azathoth might come and be like, "Hey, what's up?" Obviously, it wouldn't think that,
Well, it might.
Supposed to be drooling idiot, with Nyarlathotep being its brain, really. But if they summoned it to them, Azathoth just immediately,
destroys,
melts them to a puddle.
Quite literally everything.
And then evaporates them.
Yeah.
And then they're just ash. And then everything in like a 50-foot, way bigger, 50-mile radius is also completely obliterated by just summoning Azathoth. Azathoth didn't do anything. He's just inherently dangerous to human beings. That's what makes, him scary. I don't really think Azathoth is that scary. Nyarlathotep is way more scary to me because he has a human element to him, as I said before. Very important. But I digress. So, let me continue. Every monster needs to have a weakness. And a great example of a weakness is, again, signs. At the end of signs, they find out that water can actually hurt these creatures. Mm-hmm. And they use glasses of water, they use cups of water, and just spill water all over these creatures. And they are evaporating, and they're burning, and they're dying, these aliens. Mm-hmm. That was their weakness. Water, right?
Yeah.
Almost every, Dracula, a wooden stake to the heart. The weakness can be very specific, but there has to be...
that would have also killed the alien and aliens.
Yeah, there's quite a lot of things that would have killed the alien and aliens.
Guys, we found out Dracula actually has this weakness to high explosive anti-tank rounds.
I don't know what you mean. How did you find that out? The same way we found out anything else is pretty weak to it. We shot him. Oh.
It's like that Brian David Gilbert video for calculating your pet's HP. Everything on Earth has 1 HP.
Yeah.
Stake to the heart. The weakness can be very specific, but there has to be some kind of weakness. Because if there isn't, what are you going to, how are they supposed to beat it? Because the players need to have some way out, and a lot of times for a successful story to be told, you need some players to win. You can kill off some players, but you should have one player win or at least escape.
So I was actually going to I was going to bring up all of the Lovecraftian horrors mostly aren't killable.
Yeah, well, they're killable.
So
they can kill them all. They just come back.
Right.
Yeah.
In the sense of they can't be gotten rid of, I guess.
Do you mean, when you say horrors, do you mean like the great old ones and the gods, or do you mean
like stuff like that, because if what you're facing is the cults usually are trying to bring them forth, right? Or other things that are trying to bring them forth, not themselves, because if you were to fight them themselves, then they have no weakness that you could realistically have found as a investigator.
The whole thing with Call of Cthulhu is prevention.
Exactly, yeah.
You can't do a damn thing to Cthulhu.
Yeah, so that's my point, really, is prevention is what you're striving for in Call of Cthulhu when you have the big things, right? And that's still very effective, and it can still be horrific, and they don't have a weakness, right? It's not necessarily their weakness that you killed all of the cultists, right? That's not really something that they are affected by. It's just that they didn't get summoned. It's a different thing.
There is something to be said when you have a horror scenario and there is no way to kill it, and you have to find some way to either push it over there or push the problems away somewhere else. Yeah, delay it, push it away, banish it, or something, but you can't kill it.
Right. Yeah, the ultimate point of those kinds of things is the futility of your resistance. The fact that you've won for the day is great and all, but it doesn't mean that it's gone, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And so I don't necessarily agree that everything needs to, but again, you're on a different scale at that point in a way.
Yeah.
Right. Like.
Yeah, at that point you've got bigger problems.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah.
It's less about killing them and more about, being in the next country over.
Right, or like the next plane of existence, or dimension, like any of this stuff. Like, you just want to get the fuck out of there. And yeah, so because of the scale, I would agree for like small to like, and this is a hard thing to quantify of like what's a appropriate level threat, I guess, that needs a weakness, as opposed to something bigger that doesn't need a weakness and should just be prevented.
In Call of Cthulhu,
it's easier in Call of Cthulhu, I would say, because you have the standard of these. Well, I guess it makes it easier for everything else if you use Call of Cthulhu standards.
But what I mean is, like, are you trying to come up with an example of something like that? Because, like, are you?
I guess I'm just trying to, I guess, give those examples so that we can then get that scale, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah.
And like, what's the minimum that you have to be in order to be considered something that is so powerful that does not need a weakness that you can banish, right? And then anything below that, how do you quantify that,
Yeah, honestly, in Call of Cthulhu, a lot of the...
Wait, sorry, what'd you say?
Oh, sorry.
Power levels, clearly.
Right. Yeah, no, I gotta get a scanner.
There are... Honestly, it seems to be, in Call of Cthulhu's case at least, it seems to be a lot on size. Like, the bigger something is, the more impossible it is to deal with. So, for example, there's a monster called a Shantak.
Okay.
And here, I will show you a Shantak quick.
Yes, please.
Cthulhu Shantak. Okay. This is a Shantak. So that's a Shantak.
Oh.
They're these really fucking weird, like, school bus-sized dragon things.
Right.
Fly around, and they serve Nyarlathotep. They're bad news. They're real bad.
I mean, usually.
But you can kill them.
Okay, yeah. You
can kill that.
Yeah.
However, once you start getting into Shoggoths, you can't really effectively kill them. And then one step above that, at least in terms of size, usually is a Chthonian.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And Chthonians are nearly impossible to kill. That's when you start getting to the stuff that you just can't kill it.
Now, just for size comparison, how big is a Shoggoth typically?
Hang on. Cthulhu Shoggoth.
Yeah, I always imagined a Shoggoth as like,
I thought they were
10 feet long by about like 6 feet high.
So I thought they could vary.
Oh no.
Right.
They are they're way bigger than that. Here you go.
Because this is
Shoggoth.
Yeah,
on the right hand side you see the person.
Oh, okay, there we go. Yeah, because the only reference I have is from At the Mountains of Madness. Really.
Yeah, because that's the first one where they showed up in.
Yeah, exactly. And it didn't really get a sense of scale, I guess.
Yeah. They're bad news.
Yeah, and okay, so it's fucking huge.
What is the deal with the Shoggoth, Boo?
Huh?
They're big. What's the deal with the Shoggoth? They're big, but like,
they are a servitor race created
by the Elder Things.
Yeah, no, I know they're one of various like servant races, but like powers.
Oh, powers. They are incredibly fucking resilient. I could grab my book and look at the stats if you want.
No, just
generalized stuff.
Yeah.
They can live effectively at the bottom of the ocean.
Okay.
On the seafloor, so they're ridiculously durable. They have nigh invulnerability to fire, electricity, cold, and
so elements.
Yeah. And they are insanely strong. And one of the main ways that they kill you is if it. Oh, well, actually, they have multiple ways of doing this. If they get to you, one, they can crush you with one of their tentacles. Two, they can bite you with the little sphincter mouth.
Yep.
Three, and these are the two worst ways to go. They
Split you in half.
No, it's worse. It's close. They suck you up into their flesh because they're amorphous and weird.
Right.
And they literally suck you apart from multiple directions inside them.
Okay.
And then the last one is they. Yeah.
Some would say horrible.
Yeah. They engulf you and they cause their own flesh to boil you alive.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, they're real bad.
Yeah.
But I could still see a howitzer killing it.
well, so I would say
the problem is that think of it like this: it's like an ooze. If you shoot through a nose, the hole just closes.
Yeah,
so
but there's a shock wave when a 105mm round detonates that will take out most of a house, if not the whole house.
And again, this is I don't know durability wise how it would stack up because it again can survive the depths of the ocean, which are pretty fucking
bad,
pressurized.
Weren't they made to help in the construction of Earliel?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. So,
and so here's when we start getting into the really, really enormous shit. This is a Chthonian.
Okay.
These are some of the ones that are impossible to kill.
Right.
Effectively.
I thought Chthonians weren't giant deathworms. I thought they were actual creature, bipedal in a way.
No, they've always been worms.
What have I been thinking of then? Am I thinking of Starspawn?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, you're thinking of Starspawn.
Yeah, okay. They are also impossible to kill.
Yeah.
And this is the biggest one that's not an Elder God. It's called a Dhole.
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 Oh, that looks cool.
Big boy.
Yeah.
Big chunky boy.
Yeah. Okay. Those guys are so big that they can honeycomb planets.
So this is the nigh impossible, yes?
Yes, this is nigh impossible.
But there is still a chance.
Well, they have I would love to go into the stats. I won't though.
Yeah.
Because that demystifies them. But yeah,
right.
Yeah.
No, I get it. So
this is the thing where you would need an army to deal with one, and you would probably still lose.
Right. I understand. So basically the scale then is size. Okay.
Usually, yes.
Yes, and
because
there are exceptions, obviously.
Yeah, usually before you start getting this huge, the monsters are actually able to be taken down with conventional weaponry.
Right. Yeah.
I don't know, Amigo.
Yes.
You can shoot it enough to
that's
where
the whole point.
Dies.
That's what happens in the story. The guy fucking sends dogs to fucking eat them, basically, so that he doesn't.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So there's definitely for the smaller things it makes sense. But even so, for something,
crush a car into a fucking night gaunt.
Yes. Oh
yeah, exactly.
So I guess if you want to use that standard for it, then it makes it a bit easier. But obviously, not everything is going to be that way, because sometimes you got the classic little trope of the smaller thing is actually the most powerful thing.
Yeah.
Which is something that you can see. But yeah. Okay. Well, that answers that, I guess.
Yeah.
Not always. The TPK is a great way to end. But a lot of times it's not the most satisfying way to end for the players. Sometimes it can work.
Yeah.
Not always.
Okay. No, I agree. Sometimes
you need to have weaknesses. For your monsters.
Right.
Because if they don't have weaknesses, then that can make them scary, but again, that dehumanizes them if they don't have weaknesses. Then also, what are your characters doing?
Okay.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with having an inhuman monster.
Yeah, I was gonna say, having something be dehumanized so that it's to a point of, like, just because I can't understand it doesn't mean that I can't fear it, right? Like,
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
the whole point, right?
Yeah.
If
Aiden,
it's...
what's that quote?
I know of no such quote.
Okay. I was just asking.
Right.
Make sure.
But no, it's quite literally like, if I see that Chthonian, right, and it's just eating fucking people, like, I don't know, I think that's pretty terrifying if it's just going through the ground, coming out of buildings, multiple blood sprays out of its mouth as it's like, you know, as people just wriggle into the, you know, get crushed by tentacles and get stuffed into the maw. Like, I don't understand. I mean, I guess I understand it a little bit. It's very hungry and it wants to kill me. Like, I am its food.
It's hungry and you're on the bottom of the fucking food chain.
Exactly, right? Like, you don't need to necessarily, I guess, have it be a human. Like, I understand that for you, Mr. Deathstruck, that it is scarier to you if it is more human, and fair enough. That's totally fine. I think that'd be fun to encounter a few times, just to have that as an enemy. But I also think that it can be equally as scary if you have it be inhuman.
Yeah,
you can't,
because then you have the because the other thing is that alongside people using their imagination to scare themselves, if you have an inhuman monster, your players might start to humanize it, and then you can twist that.
Yeah, absolutely.
You can twist that so much, like, oh, if I was this thing, where would I go? Yeah. And then you go there, and then it's like, it's not there. It went somewhere else. It's like, oh shit.
Like, it becomes that thing of, like, trying to predict it because you try to associate it with things that you know. And it doesn't necessarily act the same way.
Exactly. And so you can have those scary moments where they're trying to think to the best of their abilities what it might do or how it might act, and when they're wrong and people die because of it, it's not good.
Yeah, no, then you start amping up that dread, that horror, that terror, the everything, you know? You're just you're building it because of it.
It's just there to kind of... They should have hope. Because one way a real horror story is to put hope. One spark of hope changes a stupid downward spiral story of everything's bad at the beginning, everything's just getting progressively worse, and it all ends with everybody dying. If they 40K. Have some type of hope...
Dude, no, what do you mean? Everything's fine.
But now Reboot Girly Man is back.
It's Friendhammer now. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
For better that they're working for the entire time, it's the smallest spark. That's so much scarier, so much sadder, so much with him.
So, okay. So I agree that having... It can make it more compelling when you have hope.
I think it's less hope and more the chance of success.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. That is the hope, right? That you have that chance of success, right? So it makes it compelling, but you don't need to necessarily create that. Because the players themselves are the people that are working towards success, and they are the ones who are generating that for themselves in a way. Like, yes, you give them the scenarios that allow them to carry out that success if they succeed, and that is how you, I guess, implement the hope. But again, it's not a necessarily entirely DM implemented thing, or keeper implemented thing. So the other thing is, I mean, so I know I like that hopelessness in stories, because it's not like it's not something that is common. It's definitely fresher to me still.
Yeah.
So that's just a personal like thing of like, yeah, even if we succeed, I still know now, like even with the hope thing, even if we succeed in this endeavor, these things exist, and that broadens the horizons of my mind, right? Like that's
better or for worse.
Right, exactly. It could be entirely for worse, right? But it's just one of those things where, oh, this exists, what else exists? You know, even if we lose, quote unquote, and things still get worse, it could just come to a point of like everything being like, or something even worse coming, you know, regardless of success or failure, I guess, even. So I don't know. I don't agree as much as I would like to. Hope overrated.
That's so much scarier, so much sadder, so much more filled with emotion than no hope. There should be hope. There should be a weakness. There should be a way for the players to win. It's a slim maybe, probably not chance.
So weaknesses, chance to win and weaknesses don't have to be synonymous. In the sense of, like we've been saying, you banish the thing for, like, even if you banish it for 100 years, you've banished it for 100 years.
You'll be back, but I mean, you'll be dead by then. So
right. Well, even so, like, even if you're not the nihilist of, like, yeah, I fucking did it for me, it's fine. You know, I don't have to deal with it. Like, even then, it's just like, you still won, you still succeeded, and you still gave them hope, but it is definitely a fleeting thing. Right, yes. And it didn't have a weakness. You can't kill it, but maybe in 100 years, the next group will banish it for longer, or maybe we'll find a way to kill it. Like, I don't know. It's just, hope is this thing that people will find wherever they are. You know, I feel like that's just part of the human condition in a way.
You humans are too fucking.
Hey man, I'm a vampire now. It's cool.
I died and long ago left the mistake of hope behind me.
But there should be for them to win. And if they figure out that there's a way for them to win and then they fail anyway, that's sad and scary. So, what else do we have?
Can be.
Let's see. Another thing is you can definitely give your characters weapons to fight the monster, just make them highly ineffective. As the player characters go after the monster and fight it and try to cope with it, they will realize that they can't, even with their machine guns that they said they wanted at the beginning, you know?
Yeah, again, yes and no. It depends. We've gone over this before as well.
Depends on the monster.
Yeah. If you're going for Call of Cthulhu, then absolutely.
Yeah. Even so, in some cases, like, you kill one, but another one is still, like, it could be like the Hydra kind of effect in a way.
Yeah.
Right? Like,
you
it
killed
could
one
be
ghoul, there's a whole fucking warren beneath the cemetery. Good luck with that.
It could be effective, but it also just means that you're outmatched still, right?
Well, in which case it's still ineffective because it doesn't match up well against the threat.
You're right. Absolutely. Yeah. Okay, never mind.
You need to figure out what the monster wants. And that again goes into motivations, right?
Sure.
What does your monster want? What motivates it? And I think I already got into this
Fear.
a little bit, but let me expand upon it a little bit more.
Okay, please.
When you create a monster in anything, you want to know, what is it looking for? What is it looking to get out of this? What does it want?
Mm-hmm.
And that is a very important thing to figure out, because if you don't know what your monster wants, how can you roleplay it correctly?
Sure.
If the monster is hungry and it needs to eat human flesh,
sure,
because human flesh is the only thing that sustains it, like a ghoul,
bastard,
right? A Lovecraftian ghoul. Then it makes a lot more sense that they're running around eating people. If you just have a person running around eating people because you think it's scary, that's kind of dumb. You need to have a need so that you can roleplay.
Maybe he's a connoisseur.
Yeah, he could just be Hannibal, okay? Hannibal. Yeah, exactly. Like,
I mean,
Hannibal eat people.
Honestly, he might just be fucking deranged. It can be as simple as that.
Yeah, but even so, what that's still a reason, right?
Yeah, that's still a reason.
Yeah. You've given him the reason he is deranged, so he eat people, right?
Yeah.
So it still kind of falls under it. I think it's still fun.
Yeah, that is true. I suppose. I guess
it is really hard to not give a reason.
Yeah,
I get
because
actually that's not true. You could just literally go, "There's a man, he eat people," and you go, "Why?"
Yeah, Shia LaBeouf.
Shia LaBeouf, yeah. But yeah, horror. It's very easy to do that, I guess, but it's also easy to just go, "He's deranged." Like, it's easy to come up with a reason. It's harder to make that reason more compelling, I guess.
Yeah. That's
effort, please put effort into your work.
I will.
I know you will. Yes, I know. I'm just saying in general, that's the message for this is like put effort in.
Yeah.
Monsters should be different than anything we've ever seen before. Scary. Most monsters are terrifying in appearance. Sometimes they can be more a whole different type of scary. But we're talking specifically about monsters, not insane villain characters, more monster characters. So they should be different, scary, things we've never seen before. They need to be dangerous. They need to threaten our personal safety. You cannot make, and that's where so many,
Okay, there we go. Yeah. Here's my thing with that. Mm-hmm. With monsters being unlike things we've ever seen before.
Okay.
It's hard as hell to come up with a monster that is original.
Yeah.
It's also hard to come up with something that no one has ever seen before because no one's ever seen it before.
Yeah.
Like, even Cthulhu himself is a man, dragon, octopus.
Yeah, he's a combination of things
that people have seen before. Mm-hmm. So, and hell, even one that's a bit more, a bit more esoteric, Yogg-Sothoth.
Yeah.
He is a floating conglomeration of mucus-covered spheres.
And dies.
Yeah.
And dies, yes.
Dies, yeah. Mm-hmm.
So, like, you know what a sphere is.
Yeah, no, I mean, so...
Bold assumption.
Well, I think this goes back to when we talked about how we try to rationalize things to a degree, right? In the sense of when we were talking about the guy who sees something and it's what was it?
A cube with 12 sides.
Yes, a cube with 12 sides. Like, that's how he's describing it. So, like, I understand what he's trying to say.
Yeah, I do too. But, like, if you're a new keeper coming into trying to make a monster for Call of Cthulhu, the first thing, before you know anything else about it, if you're trying to make like a final boss or a great old one or whatever for Call of Cthulhu, the first thing you need to figure out before anything else is, does this thing have a definable shape, or is this one of the ones that is like impossible to define? Right. Because that really kind of will dictate how the monster acts and what it does. So, like, if it has a physical shape, it probably wants to do something with the physical world. It probably wants to interact with people or something. You know, it wants to eat them. It wants to brainwash them. It wants to swallow the mountains whole or something like that. Mm-hmm. Whereas if it's like Yogg-Sothoth, and it has this really weird, kind of hard to grasp, indefinable shape, it probably has something to do with alternate reality, time, space, things that we can't really comprehend all that well unless you're a physicist. So, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
And so I think it's really important to make sure you know whether or not the monster is something physical and can be described.
Right.
And so coming up with that indescribable thing is really, really hard to do because you only have a human perception to describe something that can't be described with human perception.
Right.
If that makes any sense at all.
I get what you're saying too.
Yeah.
And like, I guess ultimately, I think it still would also boil down to what he said is, what does your monster want, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And so it also for something like creating something like this, like taking inspiration from whatever, like we said before, like, what do you want it to do, right? If you want it to do something, you figure out what you want it to do, and what you can base it off of in a way, because again, like you said, it's really hard to be completely original. It's one of those things where it's very, very different. And again, if you can do it, hey, whoa,
good luck with it.
Yeah. Yeah, there's no harm in just going for something that you're familiar with and then kind of expounding upon it, I guess, to then create something that is more unknowable in a way.
Yeah.
You know?
Because I will be honest, the one of the monsters that I have created for the Call of Cthulhu campaign is born out of something that scared me personally.
Yeah.
And so it wasn't something indescribable. It was just something that scared the hell out of me.
Sure.
And so if you're a new keeper hearing that, you shouldn't be afraid of having something that is taken from real life or something like that. You know what I mean? You don't have to feel like you have to find something completely indescribable and some completely alien horror that's hard to even comprehend. You really can start simple and then build it up or down, as it were. So yeah, that's just kind of a point of contention for me, because I know I struggled a lot with that when I was making my monster.
That's fair enough, yeah.
So Stranger Things, right? We've got Stranger Things.
Oh boy.
Again, so this video, as I'm using these examples, in Stranger Things, first season, everything revolves around one family. And that family's connections, their friends and stuff.
Sure.
Everything revolves around this family.
For the most part.
There are some stuff about the town, but everything revolves around one family. One boy goes missing. His family and his family's friends, and then one other side plot that's kind of drawn into it because one of their friends gets killed. That season is in my opinion, this is my opinion again, but I think that the first season of Stranger Things is better than any of the following seasons.
Yes, and you are right.
Why is that?
I wonder.
Because one, everything was personal. Everything was on a deep personal level with a small cast of characters. When you create a world, right?
I guess.
When you create any type of creative story, right? You need it to be small. Because when it's small, you can make it big.
Okay.
It's essential you understand this.
It's essential that we understand that. That if it's big, we can make it small.
Wait,
or small, we can make it big.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Okay.
Sorry, there's just something about the way he said that.
No, that's fair.
Of like a freshman college teacher.
Yeah, you need to understand this.
It's crucial you understand this.
Yeah. So first off, I think the Stranger Things one was better because it was much better written. First off, but second off, I again understand what you're saying. If you start with a simple concept, then you can. I hope this is. I assume this is what he's saying. If you start with a simple concept, it's easier to expound on it, right? Than it would be to do something grand and complicated and then get down to the smaller stuff. I guess, but And so it's like, I guess you start with Cthulhu's going to be summoned. That's your simple concept, right? And then you start piecing your way to how this happened or is happening, and then you figure out how the players can get to that point of like stopping it, right? As opposed to the world is full of 16 different cults, and each of them are trying to summon a different thing, and I don't know, man. It's just like something very grand to a point of like, all right, now I have to figure out every single little thing for each of these things over the course of, you know, however long it would take, and then we can get to the point of the characters are here, and now I have to figure out how the characters fit in. I guess. It's just I guess overall.
What does that? Sorry, maybe I just got a bit lost, but what does this have to do with his point?
Well, so what I'm saying. I'm sorry. I'm trying to. I assume what he's saying is start off simple and then expound upon that simple concept instead of make a very complicated concept and try to make it more simple, in a way, right?
Okay.
And so I was trying to put examples to that, but I think I overcomplicated my complicated one. But yeah, I think
was like, I zoned out for like a half a second,
That's
and
fair.
when I came back, nothing made sense, and I was like, "Ugh."
You know what? Fair enough. That's kind of the point. So, but yeah, I think that's what he's saying, but we'll see.
All you can make it big. It's essential you understand this. When something is small, when you limit yourself to 5 or 6 main characters, 10 non-player characters, and even that to me is too much, but generally, and 1 or 2 villains, you are able to expand upon them so much more than if you have 20 generic non-player characters.
I'm glad
20 or 30 different non-player characters.
I'm glad I got what you were saying.
Who each serve some small role and are all pretty generic and all have one descriptor. Instead, you can create multi-layered 3D, 4D, 5D characters.
5D characters?
Many dimensions to a character.
You fucking madman.
Their backstory, everything about them, their motivations, their flaws, and their traits, as opposed to just writing, they're here for this, and they have a nasal voice and are kind of annoying.
Right. Yes.
They also have, you can add so much, you can expound so much more when you limit yourself to a smaller area.
So
and
now,
let me ask this,
though.
Things are scary.
Why can I not have a bunch of stuff and just take my time?
Written well, yeah.
Yeah, and just write all of them well.
I assume his point is that it's easier to start small, and that's it.
Yeah.
Like, that's just the point. And,
yeah,
I agree. But again, yes, you can obviously easily enough if you're able to start big and then work your way down. It just depends on how you're creative, Your creative process might be different than what his is. But again, I agree for somebody who's relatively new that I assume this is for. Starting small is a good idea.
Yes, absolutely.
And then expanding.
Yeah.
But again, it varies on if the person who's starting out is better at starting big. Like, if that's the case, fucking go for it.
Yeah.
Area when they're more personal, because you can expand more upon it. So in the second season of Stranger Things, everything got bigger. We added 10 new principal characters, and we added a lot of new locations, even though it's all technically in the same town. Season 2, still okay.
We added, like, 1. It was the new girl. No, sorry, no, there was there was also
girl,
the brother.
Then there was not Frodo, Samwise.
Samwise, right? Yeah, Samwise was there.
Yeah, then there was the girl's brother. Then there was we expanded way more upon the hair, baseball bat.
He was still a principal character in the beginning, so he was really.
It was present, but he was more of a tangential character. He got really fleshed out in season 2.
Yeah, it's true. I guess. Okay, so 4, I guess.
Anyway, like, it's there's no sense in doing a what's the term? IRS does it.
Audit?
Fuck. Yes, an audit on character development in season 2 for a tangential point.
I mean, if he's been using points to get his, he's been using examples to get his points across. So I think it's
yes, but what I'm saying is, would you care if he said 8 versus 10 characters in season 2 that get more fleshed out?
Well, I would still care. Yes, I would like to know, because he's talking about the scale of characters being developed. This is actually quite relevant. In the sense of the amount that they have to write for, right?
Hold on, I'll get a. Oh, here we go. No, that's Stranger Things 3. Stranger Things 3, 5 characters who were developed well. Like, we can go on this for like 40 minutes if you want, but
I mean, it's just a number.
Yeah, exactly.
No, I mean, it's just a single number that you would have to tell me. Like, it's whatever.
Yeah, but I'm saying we'd have to spend time counting those.
Okay.
Added a lot of locations, even though it's all technically in the same town. Season 2, still okay. Season 3 just blew all the proportions up as big as they could, added world-threatening events, still in the same town. Now they've made the town way bigger. Now they've added politicians. Now they've added big corporations and stuff. Many, 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 many characters, a lot of whom are like red shirts who are there to die. But there are lots of principal characters now, lots of side characters, a ton of different villains and bad guys and antagonists. And everything kind of got spread thin over too much.
Spreading butter
and now
over
in
too
this
much
next
butter.
I wasn't gonna make the reference.
That's from a YouTube poop. That's not from.
No, I know, but it's from the original. Yeah.
Spreading butter over too much bread.
Yeah. So expanding the scope of the story is not inherently a problem.
Yeah.
The problem becomes when you don't put the effort in to make that story good.
Yes, 100%.
So I don't agree with your point that it's not more personal, and that makes it bad.
Because that's what I'm doing. Spoiler warning.
Right. Well, that's the thing. Of course you are. You're making the world, right? Everything affects everything, right? So like you kind of have to.
Yeah.
Next season, pretty sure they're and in the third season they started going into Russian.
Yeah, and 4 they're gonna go to Russia.
And now this third season's going to be about in Russia.
Yeah.
They're going to go even bigger globe spanning now.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
The bigger they expand,
it's weird, isn't it?
The more thin their characters and dimensional characters are going to be. Mm-hmm. And so my point in saying this is, when you create a monster, you need it to be personal. Everything it does must be personal.
No, it doesn't have to be.
Absolutely
not. I do not agree. It does not have to be just because it. So personal refers to the fact that it affects this in his context. It affects your characters only.
Yeah,
and really the settings around them. That's not how it. Like, if that's weird that a monster would just focus, unless it was summoned specifically to focus on them, right? Or it exists in that way, right? Like that's the it doesn't need to just focus on them. It should be a threat.
Yes.
And that doesn't mean that it is only a threat to your players.
Yeah.
Okay.
Players aren't going to care if the world is in jeopardy. They're not Superman.
Wait, what? Sorry, whoa. Your players aren't going to care if the world is in jeopardy? What?
Oh.
What? I need to hear that again.
To assume.
I need to hear that again.
You guys, you must have some boring players.
Like,
there's a god. throwing lightning down to the world
again.
Oh, good. Great.
Gonna wrestle this year Kyogre and name it Rasselfish.
Right? Like I love that comment. Yeah, right? Like okay, please don't you have to expand upon this because you cannot make this claim.
Yeah, to create a monster, you need it to be personal. Everything it does must be personal. The players aren't going to care if the world is in jeopardy. They're not Superman. They're not the Avengers. They don't care. They don't give if the world is in jeopardy. They care if their wife is in jeopardy. If their son...
Okay, let me ask you, where does the wife live?
Yeah,
yeah.
Like...
Yeah.
Okay.
They live in the world.
Fucking okay. You don't have to be you don't have to be an Avenger. You don't have to be Superman to care that the world is in right now. I care that the fucking I have a it's not
ice caps are fucking melting.
Yeah, it's not like pressing on my mind every waking moment that the ice caps are melting, but it is there and I care. You know.
Alejo, if I told you that there was a creature on your street that if you killed it, global warming would in fact reverse.
Oh, I wouldn't care.
Go back. Yeah. Oh, you'd care.
No. Oh no, I wouldn't.
Oh, you wouldn't care.
No,
right?
No.
Yeah,
absolutely. No, I wouldn't. No. Apparently.
Yeah.
Right. Like
it doesn't affect your family. I
no,
guess.
It doesn't.
Yeah. No.
It doesn't.
No.
Right, like, oh my God, that's such a what a bold claim.
That's terrible.
What a bold claim. You get one, I guess. Like fucking.
The word I would use would not be bold, but would in fact be bad.
Yeah, well, yes, it is. It's not mutually exclusive.
By the way, Alejo, I actually have a question for you.
I would love to answer your question.
What's your favorite kind of bear?
My favorite kind of bear. Ooh, that is a good question.
Because I know that you like. I just thought of this earlier today, and I'm like, I should probably ask them tonight.
No, it's fair. My favorite kind of bear, I would have to say, is a grizzly bear.
Okay.
Big boy.
Big chunks.
Mm-hmm. Grizzly bear, cool.
I like sun bears.
Oh yeah, sun bears are cool too, dude. All bears are cool. Let's be fair.
Yeah. Okay. Sun bears can fucking open coconuts.
Oh hell yeah. Oh yeah, that's right.
I didn't even know that until today.
Yeah, no, that is true. I forgot about that.
Yeah, I saw one opening a coconut in the video, and I was fucking like, whoa. Plus, they have funny looking tongues.
Yeah.
Anyway.
If their best friend they grew up with is in jeopardy, they care if jeopardy. That is what's important.
Not the world.
You know what? What's the one unifying thing that links every single one of those people together?
What?
The world.
They all live on the planet.
What do you mean? I don't understand.
Yeah.
No.
It reminds me of
they all live
that
on
line in fuck, what movie was it? I don't know if it was Thor Ragnarok.
Okay.
Or if it was it was one of the ones with God, I'm totally blanking on his name. Chris Pratt.
Oh,
it was one of the Marvel ones, and it was like,
Star-Lord.
Why are you trying to save the world? And he's like, because I'm one of the or why are you trying to save this galaxy? And he's like, because I'm one of those morons who lives in it.
Yeah, exactly.
Guardians of the Galaxy?
Yeah.
It was Guardians of the Galaxy.
Guardians movie,
yeah.
I believe. Yeah, no, that exactly, right? Like, just because, and yes, not everyone cares. Sure, that's fair enough. There are some people out there who don't give a fuck about the world. But
yeah,
let's be fair here. I believe, and hell, I'll even say some of the player characters might not care about the whole world. Sure, but there still are gonna be maybe one who's gonna look at this global spanning cult that's gonna go, we gotta stop that shit.
Yeah.
No one else knows about this, and no one believes me, and so what can I do other than either sit down and just wait for death, or maybe do something to stop it?
Yeah.
Like,
I think I'm gonna sit down and wait.
Oh, okay, yeah, fair. Yeah.
so stupid.
So bizarre.
Let's go to the bar, grab a pint, and wait for this all to blow over.
Exactly, dude. Right? It's like,
oh damn it, the bars are closed. Why are they closed? Because the world's ending. Fuck.
Oh fuck! Now I care.
All right, guys.
Now I care.
Now we need to end this threat.
Yep.
Got to get the bar open. And again, that like even oh my god, it still works because it's just like that is a reason why they would care that the world is ending. All the bars are going to close. Like that's literally a motivation.
Honestly,
that you could give.
I would that'd make a fantastic one shot.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. It's
like you all like everybody roll up a fucking level 20 character. Let's do it.
Right? Yeah. All the taverns are about to close because of this guy, and hey, you better stop
that tabletop RPG about you guys have had the adventure. You're super rich, and now like you're partying in the tavern. And it's like a TTRPG of its own, sort of like D&D, but the goal is to not get drunk and thrown out of the bar.
If everything they've worked for their entire life, that is what you must attack. Threaten their personal safety, and you will scare them.
Life, yeah.
When you create a monster, you need to make it memorable. You need your characters talking about it, your players, talking about it for weeks and months and years afterward, remembering it.
Yeah.
You can a lot of times when we run scenarios of Call of Cthulhu, I think we need to make a book out of this. You know?
Yeah, okay.
Because a lot of times it should be made into a book. Yeah, that's how well done it was.
Sure, yeah.
And the players do such a good job. It's crazy how when you make things a certain way, when you really pay attention to these very specific things, you can expand upon so much. I don't think I have time to do the statistics side of things.
Time?
Which is, I mean, if you have the Keeper rulebook, you can figure it out. I don't even know if I have the Keeper rulebook on me. So, yeah, I don't
no time.
know if I do.
Time to fucking go.
Oh, there it is.
He's got to go pick up his little sister. What?
Oh, okay.
When you're creating a monster for Call of Cthulhu,
you know what? I understand.
You basically need to just get out the stats, and you want them to have very specific, weird attacks.
Okay.
And you want to make sure that they are able to do ridiculously crazy things. For example,
not always.
Yog-Sothoth has 2,000 Constitution. All right, 400 hit points. Now, think about that in relation to the general 7 hit points of a normal character.
Yeah, no, I get it. It's a lot.
7 hit points.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
He has 100 magic points,
low.
as opposed to the 10 or 11 of a normal character. Its attacks per round is 1. It has a few different crazy, ridiculous attacks. One's called spheres, one is called bolts. Spheres does permanent 3d10 constitution damage.
Sure.
Think about how big of an effect that would have.
Yeah, no, it's huge.
Then bolts damage is death within a 5-yard diameter.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you just fucking die.
Only magical weapons may damage Yog-Sothoth.
Good.
Spells, as many as it wants.
Yep.
Sanity
That's
loss.
a god.
If you see it, it's 1d10 if you succeed on a sanity check, or 1d100 sanity points to see it.
Yeah, we know.
Yeah. It's bad.
So, yeah.
Okay.
You basically just need to come up with the strength.
What are we doing here?
Like,
well,
I get it, right?
He's based off his whole thing of like, the monster should be able to one-shot you.
Well, that and also
that
it
scary,
should have weird
but like,
attacks, right? But
also keep in mind this is a quite literal god.
Yeah,
and one of the most powerful.
Maybe choose something else that's a little more grounded, just
like
to
takeable.
Because like,
you know what? I'll do that. Hang on one second,
please. Yeah, because like my thing is like, if you're talking about having a weakness, like Yog-Sothoth might be able to be damaged by magical weapons, but that is not a weakness, I guess. Well, it is technically a weakness, but it's not like as he's put it, a weakness that would kill the monster, right?
Sorry, I put my book up on my shelf. I had to get it down.
No, you're good.
So, let's look at a monster, shall we?
Yeah.
Oh, please.
Okay. let's go for something.
Give me like an N.
Not an N?
Yeah, give me like an N.
Okay. If there is one with N, there might not be.
Oh. Well, I know.
Oh, Night Gaunt.
Oh,
Night Gaunt.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, so Night Gaunts. Night Gaunts. They have it's actually pretty average in terms of stats.
Ooh.
So 50 strength, 50 constitution,
Sure.
70 size, so a little bit on the big side.
Yeah.
65 dex, only 20 intelligence, and 50 pow.
Okay. Yeah.
They only have 12 HP.
Mm-hmm.
Now, they are weird because they are these weird kind of like floating wing, tentacle tail bat dudes.
Okay.
So here, I'll go ahead and grab.
Oh yeah, I think I know what it. Now that you're saying that, I think I know what it looks like in my head.
Yeah, Night Gaunts are actually visually one of my favorites.
Yeah, they're really neat.
The little faceless black devils.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
There we go. That's a perfect one.
Yes, please give me that sauce.
This
is it one of it flying?
No, it's the one where it's like hovering.
Ooh. Okay.
Ooh,
Yeah.
I like that.
That's a really good one.
That's a really.
Is this
good
from
one.
the game like itself? Because it's got that.
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know.
It's not in color, but it's the exact same image. So, Night Gaunts, relatively average stats, and they can fly. They have 10 average magic points, and so they can attack with their paws, tail, limbs, or horns.
Okay.
They can seize you, so they can grab you, and then they can they can fly away with you. And the thing that they do that's weird is when they have you seized, they'll tickle you.
Oh,
Night Gaunts.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah. A successful tickling attack is extremely unnerving, for the barb of their tail is razor sharp and perilous, even while its light application does no damage. The target becomes bewildered, humiliated, and disoriented, suffering a penalty die on all rolls for 1d4 rounds or until the tickling stops.
You know what? Fair.
Night Gaunt tails can snake through holes and openings, slice through thick clothes, and even find the interstices of metal armor.
Oh.
So they can they can grab you and they can fly up and drop you.
Yeah.
And they're real weird because they tickle you.
Yeah, that's really strange. I like that.
Yeah, it's really fucking weird.
So yeah, that's something so like weirdly mundane, right?
Yeah.
That is so strange to see that thing does. Right?
Yeah.
I'm looking at the picture and I'm like,
scary.
I thought it would just skewer you or something, but it tickles you? That's so weird.
It's very strange.
Hold on, let me get my Necronomicon, because the literal first story in it is Night Gaunts.
That's true.
Cool photo.
I forgot about that. Yeah.
The dreams of unknown Kadath.
Because I could have sworn that Night Gaunts also whisper.
They might. I think they probably do.
They probably do.
Rubber.
I've never used one. Obviously.
either.
Yeah. With obscene clutch that titillates and stings. Snatching me off on monstrous voyagings.
Oh. Voyagings, that's cool.
It's a good word.
Oh, no, that's right, yeah, but if only they would make some sound or wear a face where faces should be found.
Gotcha.
That's right.
So it doesn't make any noise. Okay.
That's weird. That's creepy.
Yeah, no, it tickles you and is silent. And doesn't have a face. And looks like that.
Yeah.
Gross.
They're real fucking spooky.
Gross. But, so, yeah, ultimately, I mean, I agree that you should.
Those are totally takeable. That's the thing.
Yeah, no, and again, I agree that it should have a weirdness to it, but honestly didn't expect that weirdness, right? Like,
yeah, and it's fucking weird.
Yeah, I think I've read that story, but it must have just completely gone out of my brain, because if it's the first story, I definitely read it. But like, it's wow, huh. But
and so, like, even if you're gonna maintain the whole, the monster should be able to kill you, they can't kill you with the attack, but they can totally kill you by flying you up and dropping you.
Right, it is true.
I mean, if you really want to stick to that, and I wouldn't, you can.
I mean, and again, I think honestly, anything. To be fair, anything could kill you in one hit in Call of Cthulhu.
Yeah.
Right? Like, that's just an inherent given, but I don't think it should be so certain to the point of, like, this will kill you no matter what.
Yeah.
Right? Like, that's what we're
unless it's Cthulhu.
Right. Obviously, if you're facing it, usually it's either it could be a situation where, yes, it could very well kill you right out, but it's something that you want them to run from sometimes, or that
most of the
time. Right, most of the time you run because it's Call of Cthulhu. It's not to fight, but
this ain't no Pulp Cthulhu.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's not Pulp Cthulhu.
So
what a shame.
Yeah. Anyway,
the size, intelligence, power, hit points, and then just go from there the way a normal character would be made. And you can find all different types of. Like, just look at one of their monsters as a template for when you're creating stats. Again, though, as I've said a million times, I think the stats mean nothing. The stats are a good suggestion. The rules are a suggestion. You need to make the story what's important. So, before I go, I have one final thing to say about creating a memorable monster, which was brought to my attention by... one of my subscribers. I think he's a subscriber. Let's see. Okay, Lars Dahl.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that's their real name or not. I don't know. Lars Dahl
could be
has been posting comments on a lot of my videos. Very, very helpful comments. I actually encourage you to go into the comment section and read some of what he has to say.
Okay.
Because it's really good.
Okay.
So anyway, in my last video, they were talking about monsters. And so something they said made me think, this could be really helpful to people. This is specifically helpful for those of you who are having trouble getting the right mood.
Okay.
And it's very simple, and they said it's a little bit surprising.
Mm-hmm.
And it is. And this is only for people who are getting the mood wrong. I think everything that I said is very important in general for all monsters. This is for a very specific scenario. The horror should be afraid of the player characters. This will give the horror an interesting tension. It needs the player characters to get what it wants. But at the same time, it would prefer to be as far away from the player characters as possible. That will help the keeper run the story at an optimal pace. When the player characters are relaxed, the horror makes its move to get them to do what it wants them to do. And when the player characters are alert and progressing the story themselves, that's when the horror keeps a low profile.
Okay.
He gives examples, but I just felt that's very good.
It's an interesting way to run a monster.
Yeah, that's like I would say
it could work.
A monster, definitely not all of them.
No, absolutely. It could work for a monster. I don't see why it wouldn't.
Now you have this interesting relationship where the players are kind of dictating the pace of the story.
Yeah. And I mean,
kind of, sort of.
I mean, they always are, to be fair.
Right.
But
you know what I mean.
But in a more, like, I guess, physical sense. In this, well, no, because the monster is still is dictating the story because it's trying to get them to do stuff. So, again, interesting idea, and I think it would be cool to see it done. I don't think I could do it personally. Right? Woo! Like, I would try, but
I just want to do my normal shit.
Yeah, I don't know.
It helps set a pace and will help with mood and making sure that everything is creepy. And again, that's another good show of unpredictability, because the monster is probably a lot more desperate if it's afraid of the player characters. Now, obviously, in Call of Cthulhu, that might not be the best of choices for a lot of their pre-made monsters, but you know, that's just a suggestion. Shout out to Lars Dahl. Thank you very much for all the support Yeah. Anyway, and thank you guys for watching this video to the end. It was fun to make.
I'm glad.
Anything else? I think that's about it.
All right.
Okay. All right. No. Thank you, Deathstroke.
Yeah, Deathstroke Knight.
Much like the first video, a few contentions, but overall fairly decent.
Yeah, no, it's I enjoyed that a lot more. It kept me more engaged.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Having something that like moves on the screen makes it a lot easier to watch a video.
Exactly. That's what I was talking about, right? Like it's yeah, it's yeah, the only fucking big bad point was that players don't care about world-ending events.
Yeah.
Very strange. Very strange.
Yeah. Now I'm scared of my campaign. What will happen? If you guys don't care,
dude, if it's a world-ending event, my man, I'm sorry.
Sorry, man. I've got fucking Tongrelaus to mess with.
Yeah.
It's true.
Although, it occurred to me, actually, speaking of that, it occurred to me the other day how when I was trying to figure out how to break into Tongrelaus's house, I was like, Boris's specialty lies in the E part of B&E.
Yes, that's right. I remember you saying that.
And then I realized after using the Boris barrage inside his house and wrecking everything he had, I very much can also do the B.
Oh yeah,
it's true.
I didn't do a breaking and entering. I did an entering and breaking.
Yeah, you did it a little out of order, but yeah,
it's a subtle but important difference.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I think that's all the videos that we'll cover tonight. Let's just quickly go over the little thing that you found there, Aiden.
Oh, right.
Oh yeah.
Do you want to post it? Actually, I'm not at my PC at the moment.
Oh yeah. I can get you the link here.
I was just going to, because I downloaded the image directly. I was just going to share it in the call.
Oh yeah. I also have that if need be, but that's the link to it. As well, so
I looked at this while I was at work. Jesus. But yeah, it's a really good table. I really
yeah, absolutely.
So I figured, given that, what we've been doing is discussing a lot of like homebrew monsters and stuff like that. That oh god, I can finally take this out. There we go. I was doing Watch Together on my laptop, so I had like an earbud underneath my headphones.
Oh, gotcha.
Oh.
Gross.
So I figured like this is also like third-party content. As such, it is technically homebrew.
Yes, absolutely. Created by a user Sheildice. Yeah.
Yes. And admittedly, I started at the gods and then started spreading out from there because I've been doing a lot more prep for my second campaign, in which I'm creating like a whole new pantheon and like various continents and a bunch of new races and stuff like that. And I'm starting to get into nations, and that's gonna be weird. But yeah, I really liked how interconnected it shows everything, and it's, I guess, just very logical. How did you guys want to run through this?
I mean, it's hard to do, but it's on the screen here, and the link will be in the description for you to look at it specifically. We can just go over some of the I guess not bullet points, but just the notable kinds of things. I guess like, I mean, it all starts from your beginning, which then it branches off into 3 different things. Like, and I like the idea of with history specifically on the right,
lies,
like truth and lies, right? Like, it is so cool to me because I never even thought of it, of things that are wrong with the history, like or things that were spread that are wrong about the history just because of either interference by other people or just in general just because they got things wrong, and that's just been accepted as fact. And it makes sense because like you think about real life, the Earth being the well, if you're not a flat earther,
being flat.
If you're not a flat earther, the Earth being flat, but also being the center.
You're wrong.
The center of the universe. God damn it. But like things in that were then proven wrong later on, but were generally accepted for so long.
Yeah.
And that ties into beliefs, which is really interesting.
Though actually, there were a lot of astrologists who had determined that the Earth is not the center of the solar system.
Yeah, I know.
Long before the Roman Catholic Church made it be so.
No, I know. Yeah.
But like.
But again, it was.
Anyway,
sorry.
Was getting back to the world creation tree. The truth and lies for me really stuck out to me because that's been something that I've been trying to focus on in my world of like, it's an old world. There's a lot of differing accounts from different cultures.
Ooh, yeah.
I have two of my gods. They're both sort of gods of the afterlife, and the gods are supposed to be twin brothers.
Mm-hmm.
And their names reflect this Duzgan and Duznak, and the two followers of each god both claim that the other one is evil.
Yeah.
So like Duzgan is supposed to be sort of an arbiter of justice. He's very much the weighs your soul against the weight of a feather, sort of guy.
Yep.
And he very much is a god of the law. But Duznak is also a god of the afterlife, but he's a god of mercy for the downtrodden.
Okay. Yep.
And they both have good aspects and bad aspects, like all of my gods do.
That makes them interesting.
But the followers of the guy who stands up for the the guy who stands up for the downtrodden, they see the law god as merciless and had a champion, Alandarl, who was like a war boss who murdered and raped his way across the continent, only to be stabbed in the back in a cave by the husband of a widow. Sorry, the widow whose husband he had killed.
Okay.
And followers of the law god see the god who stands for mercy as like this sort of god in iniquity who takes joy in punishing mortals and who stole Alandarl's soul from him.
Okay.
And then they're like, oh, there's this conquering hero who brought an end to war, and he brought peace of law to the lawless tribesmen.
Gotcha.
And they sort of hold him in a Jesus-like regard.
Right, yeah.
And then they say that like he was stabbed in the back by a servant of the other god, and then the other god tricked our god and told him that Alandarl was evil. And it's very much a sort of scenario where like the players, if they want, can explore that and try to figure out what actually happened.
Sure.
Maybe bring some peace and reconciliation to the two.
Yeah.
Which would have to be like a whole jaunt through the underworld to find Alandarl's soul, where Alandarl is basically like Doomslayer.
Hell yeah.
And it's like, is he good Doomslayer? Is he bad Doomslayer? Who knows?
Hope you don't get slayed.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, and that's definitely one of those moral quandaries, I guess, in a way. Because, like, yes, he might have done reprehensible things as well, but ultimately, does his good outweigh that,
Or even did he do reprehensible things?
Right, true, exactly. Yeah. It might be that everything that was said was a lie, and that he only did good things, right? Like, yeah, and that's so interesting, actually.
And the thing is, because the god of the law, his good parts is he represents the order provided by the law, and he's patron of the unjustly attacked.
Okay. Yeah.
But the bad part is he's also the god of bureaucracy, and a lot of people who worship him abuse the law for personal gain.
Yeah, that makes sense.
The god of mercy, he's a patron of those downcast by the law, the patron of beggars and of thieves' honor. But the bad part is he also enjoys toying with mortal souls. He's a schemer and a plotter and a patron of the coup d'état.
Ah, yeah, okay.
Coup d'état?
Yes, the coup d'état.
The coup d'état. Yeah, and this definitely, it even shows, it ties right into the beliefs, the religion, technology because of it, like with the gods, like it's all connected in such a degree, and it really shows when you like explain that out, because I'm just like, yeah, no, it makes sense. Yeah,
as with any tradition dating back thousands of years, people are going to get things wrong after a while.
Yeah, and for some reason I had never even thought of that. Like, it's so prevalent as like a thing that has happened in our history, but I just didn't think of it at all. Man.
Well, it's because nowadays we live in a time when we have access to correct information everywhere.
Yeah. Yeah, it's true. So yeah, I guess
information that we deem to be correct.
True. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you can find correct information on Wikipedia. Like water is wet.
Yeah. Water is
Africa
wet.
is this big. You know. So
there are 60 seconds in Africa. A minute passes.
Yeah, exactly. So you can find correct information, as opposed to back then, where the only place you could find truly correct information would be like a monastery.
Right. Yeah. No, I understand what you mean. Absolutely. And I've become more complacent, I guess, in that respect, just because I don't think of lying.
Weirdly enough, for me, what inspired it was the Elder Scrolls. Because
big surprise!
Huh. I know, shocker.
You?
Elder Scrolls? What? Dovahkiin? What's that?
Who the fuck is that?
Dovahkiin? Huh?
What is this Dovazel?
Fuss row what?
Fuzzy road?
Very weird.
Anyway.
Yeah, so depending upon like various cultures have various names, especially for like the Nords call him Talos, the Imperials call him Lorkhan, the Khajiit call him Lorkaj. And it's like each race worships, like some call him the champion god of humanity, some people call him a trickster thief god.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
And it's like I initially made those two gods planning for it to be only one god in the end.
Ooh, yeah.
And then I was like, no, I really like the idea of two twin gods who both serve the purpose of like guarding souls in the afterlife, and who both stand for what is objectively a good thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
But both have their sort of darker sides where it's like, are they though?
Yeah, exactly.
So now here's a question: do those gods dislike each other or no?
Oh, they fucking hate each other.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was the with the whole trying to bring peace to them thing.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I mean, granted, I do have some memes in here, like my god of wealth is named Gucci.
God damn it. Really? Oh my god.
That was from the song Gucci God, by the way.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, take your inspiration from whatever you want, I guess.
All right. Well. Oh, you know what you need to do? Name your god of music Poopty Scoop.
The god of music is what's her name? Disra.
Disra. Okay.
Friday or Poopty Scoop. Do that.
Gross.
I will do neither.
Okay. Good.
But yeah, I think honestly, overall, this like I'm actually going to. I've saved it now, and I'm going to use it definitely now in my, because I've because of the one shot that I'm doing, which, by the way, update on that. I was talking about it the other day, and I'm using the Wendigo that we looked at. And they haven't gotten there yet, and I figured they wouldn't.
Yeah.
And so, thankfully, or not thankfully, but fortunately, I'm going to be running another one tomorrow, so maybe they'll get to that point. But since running that, I've kind of gotten that inspiration to actually flesh out the second continent of my thing. So I will definitely be looking at this, because that continent is actually older and actually like has more history and stuff, because Agris is weird.
Yep.
But yeah, so this is fucking good fucking tree. Like
Good
this
shit.
tree. It's got good leaves and branches and stuff and roots.
And much like any good world tree, it like twists back into itself.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm so glad to see that everything connects. Like even like tangentially.
I am shocked to see the dimensions as a tab.
Yeah,
it's
right?
good though.
Yeah, it makes sense though, because it's just like, oh, does it have like alternate dimensions?
Yeah.
I love too how like conflicts links with man-made borders, but also with countries and continents.
Oh yeah, no, that's
And
true.
like countries are interconnected with laws.
Yeah.
Religions and wars are linked with gods and laws and people.
It's all connected. Chef's kiss.
So tasty. It is missing the 4Gs of society though.
Oh.
Which, hold on, let me get
Isn't
back
that
over
growth? Shit.
No, it was something I made.
Oh.
Gods, goods, guilds, and government.
Gods.
Something every town should have.
And
Well,
then also,
to be fair,
4G.
that is towns, right? Like that is smaller scale. This is definitely looking at it as a broad scale thing. Once you get into the micro scale, then yes, those 4Gs apply. Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, it could be like a little like snapshot on the top right of like, for society, like you should have gods, goods, guilds, and government.
Well, when I send this clip to the creator so that they know that we have looked at it and we're like, hey, it's pretty cool.
You should add this.
Fantastic.
They might.
It's fantastic, but it's missing the part that's me.
Exactly. So I'll let them do with that as they will. Thank you for creating this. What was it? Sheildice.
A truthfully fantastic job, Sheildice. I've added it to my folder for stuff I use in order to create worlds.
Absolutely. So that'll do it for us for tonight. Thank you, as always, for listening and watching. Very much appreciate it. Check the description, you animal. And hey, take that as you will.
That's a bit aggressive.
It is, but it could be good.
What is this? What is this, season 3 where we start getting saucy?
No. You know what? When should I start? Should it be now? I don't know.
No, I think it should probably next year.
Okay.
I think we should wait a year.
It's true. We are getting closer to the year that we've started, which is interesting.
Now that we have a Patreon up, we can start selling a season pass, and if you start getting high enough in the battle pass, we start giving people custom nicknames.
Oh God, no. So again, please, if you would, check the description for the links. This goes up on YouTube every Friday when, as long as we don't miss it.
As long as it's edited.
Yeah, as long as it's edited and we don't miss it. And every Friday at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And then again on Mondays at 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for the audio-only version on your podcasting service of choice. And also Devils and Dice, when we also play it and edit it. Is on Wednesdays.
Somebody had a toothache before.
Hey, it actually turned out to be like cold and stuff. I could not sleep. It was bad.
That sucks.
Yeah, it sucked.
So you
yeah.
couldn't sleep, but we still missed the game. Great. I'm joking.
You know what?
Could it just said Meds had a cold and
Yeah, could I guess. So yeah, Wednesdays.
won't even edit videos when he's sick.
God.
That's not true. No, wait, I didn't have anything to edit. So it wasn't true. You're right. No, it was true. I mean, so yeah, Wednesdays at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time is Devils and Dice. Please check it out. It's a ton of fun every time. Please check it out. Yeah. Other than that, thanks again to all you new subs and all you old subs and everyone out there who listens. Really appreciate it. And
you, dear listener,
yes,
I'm pointing my screen and pointing at one viewer in particular in our Discord.
I'll point at one of the Skaven on my screensaver.
Okay, yeah, fair. Somebody's there.
Yeah.
We'll,
the countless hordes that would fight and die for us.
Yeah.
But if they die, they can't give us our money, though.
Oh, God.
Dude, Boo, have you ever heard of a thing called a will?
It's true.
Oh
That's very true.
God.
Never mind.
Anyway, thanks for listening. Fucking, we're out of here. Goodbye.
Yeah.
Bye now.
Bye.